Morning, everyone. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. The meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. This time, I'd like to welcome everyone to the voting safety meeting, and we're going to call on Ms. Margot Nickler for our roll call.
Good morning. Going to do a roll call for our voting safety committee members. Committee chair J.C. Cole.
Present.
Committee vice chair Ray Clifton.
Here.
Committee member John Coley. Committee member Hayden Rogers. Committee member Tom Hazlett.
Here.
Committee member Mike Alford. Ex officio member Lonnie Cobb.
Here.
And Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
At this time, we'd like to call on Ms. Betsy Haywood for her report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. This morning, we have 6 water safety rulemaking considerations for your review, 4 reviews of public comments and consideration for final adoption, and 2 requests to publish notice of text with an open comment period and public hearing. And we have a more condensed presentation for you now. We think it's going to be a lot more efficient, but the full information can be found in your agenda packets. First, under permanent rule adoptions, 15A NCAC 10F.0305 Brunswick County. This will correct coordinates of the Odell Williamson Bridge in the town of Ocean Isle Beach and remove from the North Carolina Administrative Code the Dutchman Creek Boating Access Area in Southport, as it's already listed as the Oak Island Boating Access Area. And then during the open comment period, 4 comments were received, 2 in support, 1 opposed, and 1 with no preference. The public hearing was held October 23rd, 2024. Next, we have 10F.0330 Carteret County to clarify and incorporate into the NCAC the names and addresses of 10 boating access areas that are maintained by the Wildlife Resources Commission in Carteret County. And during the open comment period, 1 comment was received with no preference. That public hearing also was held on October 23rd. Excuse me. Next, we have 10F.0332 Alexander County to extend the no-wake zone on Lake Hickory in Taylorsville east of the Rink Dam to create a restricted area where vessel entry is prohibited at the Wittenberg access area on Lake Hickory in Bethlehem, to incorporate into the NCAC the Dusty Ridge boating access area and the Wittenberg boating access area, to correct the names of some facilities in the rule and assign responsibility for placement and maintenance to markers in Alexander County in some areas, to the WRC in some areas, and to Duke Energy LLC at some. We have a map showing the proposed extended no-wake zone at Rink Dam, and we have a map showing the restricted area at Wittenberg access area where the swim beach is located. And during the open comment period, 1 comment was received in support of this rule proposal, and the public hearing was held on October 23rd. And then finally, we have 10F.0333 Lake Wylie in Mecklenburg and Gaston counties to create a no-wake zone within 50 yards of the docks at Joiners Marina and the cove surrounding the marina, to define the no-wake zone around the Buster Boyd Bridge with coordinates that are in North Carolina waters, and to remove responsibility from the Lake Wylie Marine Commission at some areas and facilities that are not the responsibility of the Lake Wylie Marine Commission unless specifically stated in rule. And we have the map showing the Joiners Marina along with the Buster Boyd Bridge showing the new coordinates in North Carolina waters. During the open comment period, 1 comment was received showing no preference. The public hearing was held on October 23rd. Mr. Chairman, at this point, may I recommend you accept a motion and second to approve these 4 final adoptions for consideration by the entire commission meeting tomorrow.
This time, call for a motion. So moved. So moved properly second. This move to the meeting to close the book.
Next, we have consideration of water safety rulemaking in 2 counties to publish notice of text. First, we have 15A NCAC 10F.0347 Craven County. We received an official application and resolution from Craven County to publish notice of text with an open comment period and a public hearing to establish a no-wake zone in Bryce Creek from north of the Bryce's Creek Bridge, south-southeast, around Merchants Grocery, docking facilities, fuel dock, public boat ramp, and ending at a line southeast of the peninsula and sharp curves on the east side of Bryce's Creek. And you can see the resolution in your packet. We have a map that shows that area of Bryce's Creek. And enforcement conducted an assessment matrix. They returned it, showing various hazards to boater safety in that busy creek. It's especially busy on the weekends. There's a fueling dock and boat ramp. At the bridge, there's a power line south of the bridge that hangs only about 2 feet above the bottom of the bridge. There are 2 90-degree bends in the creek with diminished sight lines, and there's been 1 boating incident recently. And then next we have 15A NCAC 10F.0363, Caswell and Person counties. It came to the agency's attention that we needed to publish and correct notice about Hyco Lake in the NCAC. The technical correction at Hyco Lake will assign responsibility for placement and maintenance of regulatory markers there, resting with the boards of commissioners of Caswell and Person counties or to their designees as they decide. I guess first, are there any questions? At this time, Mr. Chairman, may I suggest that you accept a motion and a second to approve bringing these before the entire commission for their consideration at the meeting tomorrow?
I get a motion on that.
That's good. Voting safety committee member.
I'll make a motion.
Second. Been moving properly. Second, any discussion?
Thank you all.
I need to vote on.
Everybody, on this first, on this motion,
Yeah, was there a vote at the last one?
we need to go back and vote on that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
vote
motion
on.
also. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. And going back to the previous motion, so for any discussion on those? We'll take a vote now. All in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. Move it up to the full agenda for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Judge, you need to pass out some coffee. This group is not very loud.
I thought I was particularly boring this morning.
I don't know what I'm gonna shot of bourbon is.
Okay, Chairman Ruffin, you're gonna give us a little, early start on your committee. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you're looking back, we're probably gonna need it as we move through today.
Yeah, so we'll still find it.
Well, no, I'm just, time, that's fine.
I think you've got a good presentation for us. Thank you for letting me squeeze this in, by the way. I know we were up there. We're gonna find out. Give Margo a minute with that. Call to order the Committee of Small Game and Wild Turkeys. I'd like to first say that this meeting will be live. Public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. With that, I'd like to call on Margo Biegler for the roll call.
Going to do a roll call for our small game and wild turkey committee members. Committee Chair Jim Ruffin,
Present.
Committee Vice Chair Steve Wyndham, Committee Member Tommy Fumble,
Here.
Committee Member Tom Berry,
Here.
Committee Member John Stone. Committee Member Tom Haslip,
Here.
and ex officio members Lonnie Crump.
Here.
Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a
With that, I'd like to call on Chris Craig. He's gonna have a great, Chris is here, isn't he? There he is, behind me. Now, look at that. Chris,
Yeah.
and you will have to give the report. Chris is gonna give us a great report on the monitoring of Caswell County. As y'all know, that's been an initiative for, well restoration that we took up last year or the year before, I guess. And we're gonna get a report on the monitoring and how that's going. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir. And good morning, everyone. I'm glad I came up a little early. That voting safety was quick. So yeah, Caswell Game Line, it's one of our really coolest game lines, one of our oldest, I think 1950s maybe is when we originally acquired that property. So it's gone through a lot of iterations, a lot of different chapters over the years. There's been a lot of different projects there. One of the most recent iterations or projects is the small game focal area. And that's what I had the pleasure to talk to you about today. And this is one of those scenarios where I'm in a position to take credit for a lot of hard work that a lot of other people do. But I'll try not to do that today. So Caswell Game Land, if you look at our map book, you'll see that it's a little over 18,000 acres. It's grown over the years from those initial purchases. It spans across most of Caswell County. And it's got an outstanding crew that works on the property there. So there's a crew leader, that's Bronson Hanna. Plus he's got 6 full-time technicians that work there, plus a temporary technician. Plus there's, of course, Chris Dawes and the other folks in the Piedmont work there as well. They do really, really good work. If you want to find a crew that loves to do habitat work, just go get with those folks one day. They really do great work there. The portion of the game land that we're going to be talking about is that core area you see sort of in that peach color that's there south of Yanceyville. Some of those core original properties. So there's about 4,830 acres that are now designated as the Caswell Small Game Focal Area. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Those areas have special regulations. They're posted differently than the rest of the game lands. And it's a sort of a new chapter of management there. So the purpose that Chairman Ruffin and I have talked about some is really making a connection between the habitat work that we do there on those game lands. You know, these are long-term projects, long-term habitat work. And we don't just go out there and do that habitat work willy-nilly. How do we connect that to the surveys that we do, to monitoring we do? How do we do the best habitat work, best species restoration work that we can? How do we do that? So this is kind of jumping down to the weeds a little bit on the surveys and monitoring side of things. And there's 5 here that I'm going to touch on today. I'm not going to go way down in the weeds on any of them, but those 5 things are we do, and this is particular to small game on Caswell. So we do summertime whistle counts for bobwhites. We do fall covey counts for bobwhites. We do a habitat suitability survey on that game land every year. I say we. It's not me doing those things these days. It's that staff that does it. We also use acoustic recorders for some very specialized things. I'll touch on that a little bit. And then probably the one on that list that folks are the most familiar with would be our big game reporting harvest system that we have. And that is a way that we track and monitor harvest and habitat results across all of our game lands. So to jump into a fairly busy graph here, and we'll walk through it kind of slowly because this presents most all the results that I just touched on in that other slide. But let's start first with the blue line that you see there, sort of at the top of the graph. I don't think I have a laser pointer. So that's the percentage of the small game area that's usable quail habitat every year. And that assessment is made by our staff on the ground. They do that every year. And what you see there, that's plotted against the right-hand axis. So what you see is every year from 2005 to 2024, you see the assessment of what percentage of that area was determined to be usable by quail. And if you look, it started out in 2005. With a little bit under 20% of that area was usable quail habitat. That slowly and steadily increased for a number of years up to the point where it was about 40% of the area by 2010, 2011, right in there. And then that declined slowly and steadily through about 2023. That percentage of the area that was usable declined. Now, if you look, the very last blip there for 2024, you see that little uptick in usable habitat. That's not an anomaly. We're going to come back to that. I'm going to show you that in pictures in just a minute. That's not an anomaly. In fact, we anticipate that that increase in usable habitat is going to continue for a number of years. That's actually a really cool survey that our folks do up there, assessing each area on each acre on that area every year as to whether it's usable for quail or not. And it really ties well, and it makes a really good connection with the second thing that's on this graph that I want you to see. That's that green line that's showing the number of fall bobwhite coveys that were detected in our fall monitoring program that we do up there for bobwhites in the fall. And if you see, that number goes from 0 coveys detected in 2004, and it peaks in 2012 and 14, and then it declines back down to actually 0 was detected in 23 and 24 is not on this graph, but that was 0 as well. So that doesn't mean there weren't quail there. What that means is as that percentage of usable habitat increased, those fall coveys that we were detecting in October, that number climbed slowly and steadily as well and peaked right there as the usable habitat peaked. Now, let me back up just a little bit. I got ahead of myself. So a fall covey count, that's an in-person survey that we do on the ground, a single morning, 3rd week of October. We have 14 predetermined points. We have somebody standing at every one of those points at daybreak, listening for bobwhite coveys to call in the mornings as they break that roosting disc at night in the fall. It's a very predictable time for them to call. So it's a great way to gauge what the fall quail population is like, but it's not counting every single covey on the area. And that's where we come in with more specialized equipment and methodology a lot of times, things like acoustic recorders. So a number of years ago, Chris Baranski and I went out, we took a whole bunch of our recorders. We hung them at some of those existing locations for the entire month of October. We also put some at some locations that we don't normally listen for quail at, just to see were we picking up additional quail that were not showing up in that regular methodology. And the answer to that was yes. So that really verified what we were doing. It verified that our results were right, that our habitat management is on track. Really good survey, a cool way to use some better information there, better technology. The third piece of information that's presented there is that sort of orangish peach colored line. And that's the number of quail that we detect on the summertime listing points. So that's 2 different ways of measuring quail on that same area across time. And what you see is that summertime quail number, that kind of bounces around a little bit. And that's not totally unexpected. That's male bobwhites that are calling in June, that they've established a territory. They may or may not be successful in finding a mate and rearing a clutch that year. So you don't really expect that number to match quite as well as those fall covey numbers with our habitat work. But kind of coming back to the conversations that Commissioner Ruffin and I have talked about, our staff looks at these data really, really closely. They look at those assessments for habitat. They tweak what they're doing on the ground. They try to make it better. And the feedback really comes in these type of survey results. The piece of evaluating habitat and monitoring that you can't put on a graph is the part that happens when they're on a tractor or carrying a drip torch or working in the field. Those folks up there are looking at that stuff every day. And there's a lot of feedback on where habitat conditions are getting better. So I'm going to switch to pictures now. But I mentioned that little tick in the usable habitat that happened here in the last year where it started to turn back up. And I want to kind of explain that usable habitat graph. So if we go back to getting our time machine, we go back to 2002. Caswell Game Land is like a lot of our game lands. It is a largely forested. It's almost all forested. There are some fields that are managed for wildlife, but by and large, it is forested game land. And in the early 2000s, most of that was mature or over mature mixed pine hardwood stands like this one, where it was Virginia, mix of Virginia pine, shortleaf pine. And to make improvements for small game habitat, that really meant clear cutting those areas and replanting it with loblolly pine. So that's the exact same stand. In fact, that's the exact same point as the previous picture. That little cover board that you see there is what we took photo plots with. So that's the exact same picture 2 years later after that timber harvest and tree planting had happened. And then it doesn't take very long after that for time to go by before those areas become very suitable habitat for small game quail, rabbits, those type of things, woodcock when you get down a little bit lower elevation aspect. But a lot.
The grass is wild, or you plant already?
No, those grasses were not planted. The loblolly pines, if you pick out in the picture, the small pines were planted. Everything else was natural. So that's mostly Virginia blue broom sedge that's coming in there. There's a variety of forbs. That stand was the overstory trees were taken off. They were replanted with loblolly pine. We actually did an aerial herbicide application on that to promote the grasses and forbs and to combat the sweet gum, red maple, and some of the less desirable stuff that was coming back. But yes, all that was native, laying right there in the seed bank. The problem is, after a little more time goes by, those pines begin to close in. That's expected. There's not really a whole lot you can do about it. We do use a little bit of prescribed fire, but a few years later, that's why you see that usable habitat percentage begin to creep back down, because those areas have closed in and they're not particularly usable for quail or small game or rabbits. Yes, sir.
That's a good question. So you planted those loblolly for forestry practices. And so it really eliminated the small game aspect of it, of those early successional grasses in the blue stem, et cetera. Why did you do that if we're trying to create small game habitat?
So couple points to that. Number one, we did put loblolly pine back out there, but we did not put it at a commercial planting spacing. Typically, if you were managing with timber being your primary motivation, you would probably plant those trees on a 10 by 10 spacing, which meant they would close in more quickly and you would lose that habitat even more quickly. We planted those on a 10 by 15 spacing to stretch that beneficial period out. The needle drop is actually very important for prescribed fire. You would have a hard time managing some of those areas without prescribed fire, without the needle drop. And then here's the really good place that you get to. So you have this period for a few years where those trees are closed in. But once they're merchantable, that's the exact same stand. And that picture was taken, I took that one back in May of last year. So at this point, there has been fire use continually through there. We've now reduced that basal area back down to 50 square feet per acre, something like that, and continuing to use prescribed fire in there. So that number is going to come back up in terms of usable habitat for a number of years. Could you totally eliminate planting the trees? Yes, you could do that.
Burn it you can't burn the trees for what, 5 years?
If you were specifically targeting quail, you would probably want to go on a shorter burn return interval than that. If you it would not necessarily destroy your overstory. No.
Okay. I don't want just.
Quick question. Did y'all do a helicopter spray with that herbicide? How did y'all?
Yes, it was done from the air by helicopter.
Was that done before you planted, or what?
After we planted, right. So it was a hardwood specific herbicide that released the trees and combated hardwood competition that would have been in there.
But after when you harvest, you had to sit for a year, get everything out of the ground.
Yes. Yes, sir.
That happens a year after.
It's about a 2 or 3 year process from the time we mark the timber sale. You know, the buyer comes in there and cuts it. Depending on the time of year that they cut it, you'll get a different vegetative response. You know, if they cut it in the summertime where all the machinery is,
But you do need to get it a year later on south.
Depending, in this case, we did not, because the undesirables were sort of already there. But it's that's where you really find out the mind of the folks that work on that area. You know, Darren was part of that work back in these early days. In fact, he helped mark that stand. That was one of the timber sales that we made. You know, you get out there and you walk around, you really look at what's there. You really make a prescription for the best way to treat that habitat. And honestly, the unit that was the very next unit that we did was right across the road. We actually did it quite different because the composition of the trees and, as you put them, the undesirable stuff was there. It just required a different approach, but the habitat result is the same for either of those.
I had a 60-some acre tract, and I'm speaking growing pine trees, right?
Yes, sir.
I had a 62-acre tract 4 years ago. I didn't spray, I didn't burn. I left everything there.
Mhm.
It is created, quail, rabbit, it's just unbelievable. I mean, it's ugly and it's tough as a tree farmer to sit there and do that, but you create a heck of habitat there.
Yes, sir.
Plenty of quail and rabbit, really is. And I don't know if you ever tried that. How old is that scale? How old is it now? Yes, about 5 years. 5 years old.
How many acres is in where the pictures that we were showing of all this?
So that particular stand was about 75 acres.
This whole, all those pictures that showed all this.
I mean, what you're seeing within the picture is just a very, you know, it's just a few acres of a 75-acre stand. The small game focal area, the entirety of that area is just a bit shy of 5,000 acres. Yeah. And I'm going to show y'all one more slide and then I'll turn it back over to the chairman. So the last slide is just to touch on the reported harvest that we have. You know, that was one of those ways that we're monitoring wildlife response. You know, we're looking at what happens. And if we look at our spring wild turkey harvest, so that's for Caswell Game Land as a whole, not just the small game focal area, but we see turkeys are, yeah, there's probably not as much harvest as there used to be. The numbers are down a little bit, but they're responding quite well across the game. So that's an important thing we look at as well. And with that, I know I saw a lot of hands, but I'll kind of look back to Chairman. If you want me to go on with any questions, I'm happy to. Yes, sir.
Quick, this is kind of fun. This is where the rubber meets. I had an email, text, friend, we come together. FYI, I have a buddy that took his setters to the section of the Caswell Game Land this morning. The dogs pointed, and as soon as they did, 10 to 15 quail came up out of the plot. We were over here off a couple shots, nothing dropped. And they went to another section and pointed 7 woodcock. I told him he had a great morning on wild bird.
Yeah, nice. Great report.
Glad he missed.
I didn't want to read my station.
I think that was me, wasn't it?
He'll be there tomorrow morning.
I just kind of want to, I'm sorry.
You had one more hand over there.
That's fun. Can you walk through that 42 acres? Or is it that's the problem? You can't hunt. Yeah, that's the same way. That's what we would. Yeah, you can't hunt it, but it's full of wild. You can't hunt until they come out. Or what I did this year, I went in there and cleaned out around the edges and expanded my food plots right up next to all of that. And it made it, and then you got more open space and you got more opportunity. You're right. It's the best cover. Oh, no, that's, I mean, it's just fitting all that, but you can't walk through the river.
Make you feel better.
Yeah.
At what point can you do your first bidding on that when it goes back up? How many years before?
Well, that'll depend on how good of a site it is, you know, how quickly the trees grow. And these stands here are generally ready for that first commercial thinning 22, 23 years on planted loblolly. You know, if you had a really good site down east on some really good soils, it might be in the teens, it might be 18, 19 years, you'd be ready for that.
Any further questions?
Do you mind comment, please? I wanted to just circle back on where you started, Chris. I've spent a lot of my career on Caswell Game Lands, been in that district, and I had the opportunity to go out there and work with the staff and tour it, and it's pretty amazing the transformation of that game lands and what y'all just recently been talking about. That area gets a lot of public. There's a lot of hunting and non-hunting public that goes up and enjoys those those 18,000 acres of game land. That's the staff and the resources that we've committed up there with the support of this idea has transformed those game lands where the sections that I was so familiar with, the habitat is just incredible. The access for the public, to remain there on those game lands, they're considering everything as they make these changes, but it's incredible species that are thriving up there more than just quails, off the West Secret Shop. Habitat improvement stuff. This species, it benefits all. And this is a great time. It's a great job to staff.
It came back to that. That's exactly where my head is at. Say quail, I'm not saying quail, I'm saying habitat, because if you have the quail habitat, and you've got habitat for a lot of other critters too, just like trout waters. If you've got good water for trout, you're gonna have a lot of other animals in there too. So that's why the focus on word quail, but if you saw the turkey harvest numbers up there, they're pretty doggone good, as a result of some of the work we've done. Now, I don't think we claim success yet, but we've certainly, from those pictures, look like they've done an excellent job of the first step of what we need to do up there. And Chris, I want to thank you and your group for all you've done up there.
Thank you. Well, I'll be glad to take credit for all the hard work.
Well, you can take credit, but you can pass it on, because I know there's a lot of people working hard on that.
Oh, it's a great team up there. It really is.
And I've got a couple things for you later, but I don't want to be the one that gets us off schedule. So I'm gonna-
Mr. Chairman, will you permit me 1 minute to mention something else? So just to put it on everyone's radar, Hannah Plumpton, our up and game bird biologist, and Brad Nye and Chris Turner have been talking and doing some preliminary planning for some meetings with turkey hunters. Probably late February, early March. We're going to call them forums, discussion forums. They're not public hearings. We want to get out in front of our turkey hunters, talk with them, show them a lot of the research results and data that we have. So probably going to do one of those in each region, weeknight, couple hours, presentation by Hannah. Brad will be there to answer questions, that kind of stuff. So just kind of have it on your radar. You'll start hearing about those things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chris. If there are no further questions or comments,
Jim, are you gonna give an update on that, what you're working on?
I can if you'd like to, Mr. Chairman. I do not want to hold up the committee.
Go right ahead.
Just real quickly, we have been asked to consider a broader quail restoration project than just casual game lands. And we had decided to pursue it and see where it takes us. And this is across the whole state. We'll just do the whole state at one time, obviously. It'll involve taking different areas. But we've assembled quite an impressive group of folks that will come in and be kind of a work group. There'll be some commission folks on there, and of course be one, and some others, Ben Solomon and John Eisenhower. I don't think he's here, but anyway, we got several Wildlife Commission folks on there. It will be a group that will come up with a plan. We're not spending any money yet, but we'll come up with a plan on how to start quail restoration in North Carolina. It'll come back through the Wildlife Commission, this is us, through the Small Game Committee. If we approve the plan, it'll come to the full board, and the full board will approve the plan, and then we'll have a plan of action to start quail restoration across the state of North Carolina, not just on one game land. I think Caswell is going to be a good litmus test or laboratory, if you will, on how to do things, what works and what doesn't work. And so that's why Chris is reporting on the monitoring of the quail up there. And if you'll notice that graph, as the habitat went up, so the covey counts. The habitat went down, the covey counts way down. So zero up there. So I think we're back to, if we get it back up there and we keep the habitat there, I think that's proof in the pudding that the quail will be there and the other small game. So that's, anyway, kind of got off on a tangent there, but that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to start with a small work group, and we'll come back before the commission to be hearing a lot more about it later. I'll introduce all the folks to you once we have our first meeting and everybody's on board. But in any event, you'll be hearing more about it in the coming months.
We allow hunting there.
This across the whole state, yeah, we're doing everywhere.
I know, but you allow the hunting there too.
Yeah, we have.
Right.
We have. But how that's going to look.
I understand that. I just take many of them. Okay, all right. Meet adjourned.
Meeting adjourned.
Let's take a 10-minute break and like 9:45. Chairman, if you like to go fix your meeting, but
Call the Fisheries Committee meeting is being streamed live, recorded in public record. Recording of the meeting will be at www.ncwildlife.org.
Gonna do a roll call for our Fisheries Committee members. Committee Chair John Stone.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Steve Wyndham. Committee Member Tommy Fonville.
Here.
Committee Member Brandon Standout.
Here.
Committee Member Hayden Rogers. And Committee Member Mike Alford. And ex officio members Monty Crump
Here.
and Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Very good. Christian Waters, you'll give us a presentation on the day.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if y'all recall, back to our July Fisheries Committee meeting, we had a robust discussion about trophy trout management. And with the outcome of that meeting and reading from the meeting minute notes was for fisheries staff to investigate options for implementing trophy trout management and report back to the committee with a recommended approach. And so that's what I'm here to do today. This is an approach that staff have been considering and working on for some time. So it was pretty easy for us to put it together in a pretty timely manner. With that said, you probably won't hear me say trophy much during this presentation. And I say that simply because social science work with other states, trophy is in the eye of the beholder. And what we found is that the word trophy, there's different expectations depending on who you are. So, really what I task staff to do is how do we figure out how to put larger trout on the landscape to improve the opportunity for anglers to catch those larger trout. And I'll explain that more here in a minute. And so for now, what we're calling enhanced delayed harvest trout orders is the concept we're talking about. To start off, I just want to remind everyone about our public mountain trout program and what it encompasses. There's currently around 5,300 miles of stream that are part of the program, and there's 2,600 acres of ponds and lakes that are part of the program. And those waters are then classified into basically one of 5 categories. We have 3 that rely on stock fish. That's our typical hatchery supported, traditional hatchery supported, our delayed harvest program, and then we have a couple of special trout regulation waters. And then the remaining waters are considered sustained by wild trout. And in that case, they're either managed under just the wild trout regulation or the catch and release regulation. But we want to talk about delayed harvest and enhanced delayed harvest. And so basically what we're talking about is taking a subset of our current delayed harvest locations and using them for this enhanced program. And the idea would be that we would hopefully have the right number and the right locations to evenly space them across the mountain region. And then that way that allows more opportunity, more public access across the region. The sites would be selected mainly based on their size. We would like larger sites because again, that allows more public use and it minimizes the potential for crowding. These sites we would prefer that they would be on public lands. That way we can assure public access into the future. And also these locations, these delayed harvests that are on public lands often come with other amenities in terms of better access, maybe a greenway or a greenway trail. In some cases, it may be associated with a park, which might have amenities like bathrooms and things of that nature. And then the big difference between enhanced delayed harvest and our regular delayed harvest is the big fish component. And so basically what we would do is instead of stocking just big fish, we would stock big fish, if you will. Those fish would be greater than 18 inches, and those 18-inch fish on average should weigh about 2.6 pounds or larger. So right now we have 36 locations that are delayed harvest. As you can see, they're spread across the mountain region. A few gaps here or there, but that's the current sites. And as just a example of how this might be implemented, we have looked, and these 6 sites would kind of meet our criteria. And we basically have done it such that there's 2 in District 7, 2 in District 8, 2 in District 9, and they're based on the availability. They're spread fairly evenly across the region. Each of these are on public lands, have public access, and most of them are in the 2-mile or greater range in terms of size. But that's to kind of show you just the general scale of what we're talking about. But I'd like to back up and go back to the 36 locations and just say that, these are the 36 locations as of 3 months ago. We've had Hurricane Helene to come through. We're still bringing sites back online. Some sites may never come back online depending on access. On top of that, it'll be some time before we can implement this program. And so I'm quite confident. In fact, we already know of several new sites that are potential delayed harvest sites, potential to expand existing sites. And as a result, I think we have the time, and when we're ready to implement, we can select sites that are most appropriate for that time period. Yes.
Go back one slide. So is this a fair statement, or are you correct? So would the water temperature be colder? So let's just say like Ash, if you started up there at that top, as that water comes down, is it getting warmer?
Well, it does in the sense of the water coming down, and it's based on elevation, but it's not necessarily based on geography, because some of those streams flow west towards the Mississippi, some flow east, and it really just depends on the elevation and what the water source is.
Oh, are you evaluating water temperature in this process, or just location?
So we have evaluated water temperature, but that's kind of the beauty, if you will, of the delayed harvest, is that when water temperatures peak and are problematic, that is when we allow the harvest. So the fish, they're either going to move out of that area or they're going to get caught. And so we delayed harvest, we allow opportunity for those fish to be caught. And then, if any survive, great, but we basically reset the clock come the fall in October. Is that okay? So kind of getting more into that and explaining the numbers here. So this is just the straight numbers for comparison between what is our current delayed harvest approach and what our enhanced delayed harvest approach would be. We put fish in at a rate that we think the system can handle. So for delayed harvest right now, that's 80 pounds per acre. So it's the amount of biomass that we are putting in a given location. For the enhanced DH, we would stick with that 80 pounds per acre, because we feel like that's what these systems could handle. What starts to differ is the number of fish and the size of fish, because if you're putting, as I said before, big fish in, then that changes the amount of pounds that is taken up by those big fish. And so for delayed harvest right now, we stock at a rate of about 150 total fish per acre per month. 144 of those 150 are 10-inch fish, so they're catchable fish like we stock elsewhere, in particular in our delayed harvest, or excuse me, in our hatchery supported. And then we have the big fish component, which is the 14-inch fish. And so about 6 of those are big fish in a given acre. And then, we stock at a frequency of 5 to 7 months. And during that time period when we're stocking between October and May, it's catch and release only. So the fish are returned to the water. And then once water temperatures get to a point where we have concerns, which is typically starting June and July. So June, July, August, September, we allow harvest of fish so that those fish essentially don't go to waste. And then we reset in October and go back to our stocking rate. With that said, the enhanced delayed harvest, again, we would stick with that 80 pounds per acre. But now, because we've got some bigger fish in there, we're only talking about a total of 110 fish per acre that would actually be stocked. 98 of those would be 10-inch fish. There wouldn't be that 14-inch component like we would in regular DH, but instead we would replace that with 18-inch fish. 12 per acre is what we would suggest as the stocking rate. And again, we would do that 5 to 7 months, depending on the site. And that would be from October through May. And the difference in the big fish is that we're talking about fish that would average 1.5 pounds versus fish that would average 2.6 pounds. So a pound or more bigger fish would be what we would put in. To kind of give you a visual of what this would mean, say this schematic here is your typical acre of delayed harvest trout waters. We'd put in 150 fish per acre. Those smaller fish there are the 10-inch fish. There would be 144 of those. So that's basically 96% of what we would stock. And then you would have 6 fish that were greater than 14 inches. And so at the time of stocking, if these were the only fish that would go in, the average angler has a 4% chance of catching a bigger fish. And we know they do catch them. And then, of course, practicing catch and release, we know that those fish, especially in the wintertime, are able to survive. And so that improves that catch rate. But then if we move to delayed harvest, enhanced delayed harvest, we're putting 110 fish per acre. 98 of those fish would be those 10-inch fish. So you still have quite a good opportunity of at least catching a fish. 89% of those would be those 10-inch fish. And then, as you can see, as represented by the green fish there, 12 per acre per stocking would be greater than 18 inches, so 11%. So, you've hopefully increased, almost tripled your potential to catch a big fish. And again, the big fish that you would catch would be hopefully a bigger big fish.
What species trout are they?
So right now it's all 3 species. We stock a ratio that includes brook, brown, and rainbow trout. So a few final notes on how the program will work. First, I've talked about the logistics of stocking and that piece of it, but what would be the regulatory aspect of the program? Well, we would, for simplicity, for anglers, to kind of keep it in their mind so that they don't have another set of rules to follow. The intent was to maintain the delayed harvest trout rules. And so with that in mind, October through May, as I said, would be a catch and release period. So you could only catch and release. And then from June to September, when those conditions aren't suitable to sustain the trout, in particular those big trout, we would allow harvest. And we're really, I guess, catering to a couple of different groups of constituents there. Your group that wants to, catch and release a big fish, but then there's also that group that wants to harvest and would like to harvest a big fish. And so the opportunity is there to kind of hit both ends of the spectrum. So the last piece of this is really what would be the timeline for implementation. And we've talked previously about the fact that this would be hard to implement, or not hard, it would be impossible to implement until we have our facilities fully up and running. We're on the verge of renovating Setzer, and we're scheduled to be shutting Setzer down basically now. But then we had Hurricane Helene come through. As all of you know, Armstrong was significantly damaged. Corey Oakley is going to give a presentation next that will fill in a lot of those details for you, but safe to say Armstrong is down temporarily, hopefully no more than about a year. So in the process, we've also postponed or had to postpone the Setzer renovation by as much as a year. And so really, if best case scenario, if we can get Armstrong up and running, we shut down Setzer. Setzer takes us 2 years to complete. We're talking 2028 before we would be fully back up to capacity to be able to implement anything really new in respects to the program. On top of that, it'll take us 3 years to grow 18-inch fish. And while we hope to jumpstart Setzer in terms of populating it with fish when it comes back online, the reality is for the next 5 or 6 years, most of the resources that we have, both our production resources, private hatcheries that we're able to purchase from, other states that we can get fish from, are really going to be going into catchable fish in order to maintain as best we can the overall program that I had spoke about initially. So with all of that said, we're looking at a potential implementation of this sometime in probably 2031 is a good guess to when we would be at full capacity to be able to provide those big fish and provide them in a manner that would be consistent with the way we've managed the program in the past. That's a good bit of time. That does give us some time to flesh out some of the details. Will give us an opportunity to hopefully get some public input. We're in the process now. Let's initiate the process of updating our trout management plan. So this would be a part of that process as well. But it also gives us an opportunity to consider a better name, maybe than enhanced delayed harvest. Maybe there's something better there, something that we can market better. Certainly we could look at a logo. There's a lot of different things that would go into getting this set up as a full-fledged program that we would do over the next 5 to 6 years before we had fish ready to implement. With that, I'll be glad to take any questions, and that's what we have kind of come up with as a way to put large fish on the landscape.
Chris, that's excellent, by the way. A lot of work that you've done quickly on this, because that was in our last meeting, we talked about this. Yeah. Great work. I'm curious, when I see 2031 up there, I start thinking about how old I'm going to be and how much I'm going to climb up and down those creeks after these big fish. And I'm of the mental capacity to where I would do it and kill myself. So all that to say, And I don't think we can do it any sooner than that, given the circumstances that we're in.
Right.
Not cheating that at all, but I'm wondering, are any of those waters we've designated for this enhanced delayed harvest, are they capable of holding trout year round?
No, sir.
Wilson Creek one.
Not in the section where we're talking about doing, in the upper end where we have wild trout waters that they hold fish. But these systems, some are better than others, and in some years maybe, but generally speaking, the systems where we have hatchery supported and delayed harvest, they don't have the capacity to truly hold big fish year round.
If the water temperature is fine, it's just that they're getting fished out, or why is it?
It has a lot to do with water temperature and water quality in the summer. Are there years where waters may maintain a sustainable temperature? But generally speaking, there are time periods. Sometimes it might be several months, sometimes it may be just a few weeks, but it's enough to move those fish out or they won't survive.
To kind of get to the point of where I'm going with this, I'm wondering if we could identify some waters that do hold trout year round now, that we have, and supplement those with feeding at this point. In other words, make them a natural hatchery, if you will, to where those fish will get to the 18 inches, maybe reduce the pressure on it if that's necessary, but use that as kind of our hatchery until we can get sets from these other places up. And then we'll have trout waters maybe sooner that will have some trophy trout in it in some very isolated, specific places, not as good as what you ultimately will end up with that plan. But is something like that ever been considered?
Oh, absolutely. It's been considered and at some level tried, in the sense that, we have done work looking at, where we might have wild trout that are growing larger. There has been work done with feeding, and what we find is our waters just generally don't have the capacity to grow naturally those big fish. And supplemental feeding tends to hold the fish there, but the evidence is not all that strong that would indicate that you're actually going to be able to grow big fish. And in fact, for years, we stocked fingerling fish with the idea that those fingerlings would naturally grow to catchables. And over the last probably 10 years, we've removed those from our program simply because none of them ever produced fish. Wild fish just don't tend to grow. And in many cases where we do see wild fish, in many cases, those wild fish are fish that have been put in from a private, from someone who's managing it privately. And we see those fish move around. I'm not saying that some don't survive, but they really don't survive in enough numbers to sustain a program.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so sure on that based on my experience, but regardless of that, I would defer to you every time on that, but it just seems like if you've got waters that temperatures are right in, that you should be able, just like a hatchery, grow fish in it, right? I mean, if you're supplementing the food, get them bigger.
Well, it's very difficult to feed in a natural environment in that type system.
Commissioner Craig.
So when you get this program running, how many big fish a year is your objective?
So what is the?
It'll vary based on the site.
But total, we're thinking
Somewhere around 10,000 big fish, somewhere in that roughly.
And does that diminish our capacity for the other fish significantly?
Not significantly. It's basically probably 20 to 25,000 catchables that we will be giving up to have this program at what we had proposed at 6 sites. If we expanded that, then you're talking other raceways and more fish.
Commissioner Craig, I think with the expansion of the sets of raceways,
that gives us the capacity for another 250,000 fish for what we had in the past. Commissioner Stanback.
Just to further address Jim's question, I know that is more feasible on private land. I know the Cane River Club does that. I know of a large landowner on the Limble River feeds fish, but they have, limited harvest for their own members. It's hard to do on a public fishing scale.
And that was what I was kind of getting at, Christian, if we could limit the amount of pressure on it and supplement it, perhaps there'd be a way to jumpstart this to where in 3 years we could have this instead of.
So many of those private clubs like that, based on the permits we issue to them and the conversations we have with them, basically they are stocking a segment of big fish, just like we're proposing here. So I don't know that they are growing big fish on those sites as much as they are stocking big fish and then maintaining them and holding them through feeding. And that's what we understand is that, and that's what we've seen in our own, is that feeding does help hold fish potentially under certain conditions. But the idea that our water quality, we just don't have the limestone like other states do. That's a big piece to allow the nutrient system in our waters to allow those fish to truly take advantage of the nutrients and grow.
See, that's the part I don't get, because you're taking the nutrients, taking the food chain out of it, feeding, right? So you just need the coolness of the water for them to survive. If you're giving them the food, you don't need to build the food chain.
And there's some pretty healthy wild trout populations in North Carolina. Again, it's probably controlled to the pressure is greatly reduced, but they're
well, and that may be so, but it's very different to feed them in a controlled raceway environment and then control and feed them in a stream system that is various widths, various lengths. The ability to try to feed at a level that would make a difference would be significant. And if you're going to do that across multiple sites, what we found is that that's not feasible. And from talking with other states, the ones that have tried that have abandoned it simply because they weren't getting the results they wanted, and it was sucking a significant suck on manpower and time.
How many, don't we have to issue permits to these private organizations, private clubs like Cane River that stock fish?
Yes, we do.
How many of those?
Well, the ones that we issue, I think there's probably 30 maybe.
Yeah. So in essence, what we're trying to do is to create something that the average fisherman can get the same enjoyment that these 30 private clubs.
That's right.
And
ultimately, that's what we're trying to come up with.
And ultimately, I would argue that those clubs that are getting those permits, the reason they're getting those permits is so that they can stock big fish, just like what we are recommending. And they're buying big fish from producers, and they're buying them at fairly low numbers, as low or lower than what we're recommending stocking. So from that standpoint, we're kind of emulating that model. It's just a matter of having the capacity to be able to produce those fish.
Just a quick question, we're running along here. Land committee is getting ready to approve $1.6 million purchase of the Gladiator hatchery. How did that come about from your perspective? And I assume it gets your support to do so, but why can't we buy fish from them instead of having to buy the hatchery?
Well, they don't produce fish that we could simply, I mean, they will produce some fish that we can buy, but they are much more in the business of producing fingerlings, such that they provide them to other grow-out facilities who are then growing them out for the food market. So their model is not to grow fish for us. They wouldn't be interested in growing those bigger catchable fish for us, simply because it would cost more for them to do it. It's at a higher risk. Whereas right now, they're able to produce smaller fish and they're able to get them off the farm basically the same year that they produce them versus holding them for 2 and 3 years. And so they're really, I mean, we often go back to the private industry and we talk about the private industry, you know, could provide us fish. They're really, when you go and you look at the private industry isn't growing fish for the purposes that we use fish for. And so that's why we do it ourselves. And so Gladdy Fork has.
To do what we want to do.
Exactly.
So there's a major motivation for acquiring. But I got to believe it's a backup for Armstrong Setzer deal. And I mean, I personally, when we were discussing, it's very exciting that we are going to do it. But obviously, I wanted to hear your blessing.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about that later. In fact, Corey will talk about it, and then of course it'll come up in your committee as well. I'll say that what excites me most about the expansion at Setzer and being able to restore Armstrong and then potentially ultimately purchase Gladdy Fork is that does provide us some resiliency and some redundancy in our program. You know, right now we have generally taken up whatever capacity we've got to grow fish and to put fish on the landscape, to expand our program, to keep growing our program. And as a result, we're always working near that critical line. And what we've seen in particular in the last 3 years, when we lost Setzer to flood, now that we've lost Armstrong, you know, we're running and playing a game that has the potential to really impact the program big time down the road. And with warming water temperatures, we're seeing more disease issues at our hatcheries. You know, one disease outbreak could do the same as a flood. And so that's one thing that I've challenged staff to do as we work through the trout management plan and as we look at all these options is figuring out, okay, what is the right mixture such that we are producing what we can produce, providing a good opportunity, but we have enough redundancy there that if we have issues and we have to shut down a facility or Mother Nature shuts down a facility for us, we can still maintain somewhat of a consistent program.
I called you about this not long after the storm and we talked and, you know, and I'm really curious, and I know you can't answer this right now, but how far have we got evaluated? But what I'm seeing, at least like in act and whatnot, I mean, all of a sudden the creeks are 4 foot wider from erosion of this storm. So they're 4 foot, 5, 6, 8 foot wider, same amount of water. So now they went from 2 foot deep to, 16 inches deep. Is that going to have an impact on temperature? Is that going to have an impact on?
Absolutely. And probably as much about the width and the depth and all of that, it's the loss of that riparian zone, and you'll see pictures later in the committee of the whole where we have streams that have a nice canopy. They're in the shade all day or most of the day. That really holds water temperature down. And what we find is when you lose those trees and those big, you may get growth quickly, but you're not going to get those big trees back. And as a result, that really plays havoc on water temperatures. And the Upper Davison above the Setzer State Fish Hatchery right now is a textbook example of that's going on, because with the amount of human activity that is occurring up there already on the forest, even though it's forest and it's watershed protected by the National Forest, a lot of activity is going on up in there. And then when you had the Tropical Storm Fred that came through, landslides and much of what happened with Helene happened there. It just happened up on the forest. And as a result now, what we're seeing is significant sedimentation moving downstream, which is not healthy for fish. And we're seeing water temperatures that are getting significantly higher, particularly in the summer, sooner than they have been in the historical past. So yeah, that's a major concern, and a concern not just for trout, but for many of our species.
Any other questions? So Christian, I think people had all this input because of the date 2031. I mean, conceivably, we got to figure out some clever way to get bigger fish before then. We started before then. I mean, Ruffin's point, well taken. He's not looking too good. The only thing that I don't like is the enhanced delayed harvest trout waters. You know what West Virginia calls their trophy program?
Yes, yeah.
Monster trout.
They do what now?
They call it monster trout.
Okay, yeah, that,
I mean, they put a lot of marketing into that, right?
yeah, I don't, and I don't know if the actual state calls it that or not. It's called what is it called? I drew a complete blank, the official name of it.
Yeah.
Of the,
Trophy program and then the Gold Rush program.
yeah, the Gold Rush. They call it the Gold Rush as well. So there's different programs.
But you mentioned you were opening the door to change the logo and.
Oh, yeah. In fact, we tossed around some names, and the point is that there's somebody out there that has a marketing degree and not a fish biology degree that are probably better apt to come up with a name.
I like, you know where you landed at. So, Mr. Chairman, we got a program that makes everybody happy with the additional trout, enhanced trout, and we're constrained by timeline.
Yeah.
If it can be sooner, great. You know, this is all assuming, you know, censor is still a big deal about when it can be done, but that's our constraint. But basically, you've got an agreement that this is what we're gonna do when we can support the program.
Yeah, we just have a long horizon. Yeah, seems to be one of the first times for all. Some of the fisheries.
I think you could get more clever with marketing, but as Christian said, you introduce confusion. They know what delayed harvest means. You're enhancing that in a way, but keeping the regulations the same. There's value in that too.
Yeah, and that's actually, that was one thing that we discussed was there's probably a better word than enhanced. But we like keeping delayed harvest in there because of the way that harvest is delayed, and in terms of regulations, it does simplify it. And in terms of signage, we could use our delayed harvest signs. We would just supplement them with some type of additional sign that would indicate that this area is stocked with those big fish.
So I don't know exactly what an enhanced delayed harvest trout looks like. I know what a monster trout looks like. So we'll sort out.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions?
Yeah, we have Corey, we have a presentation about the.
We're just gonna talk about.
John's tore up, wanting to go catch big fish.
I know.
Boy, you better hurry.
I can rush. I can sit back down. We can go to lunch. I mean, whatever we need to do. So some of this has already been talked about. Christian covered it. There was a couple of questions, but what we want to talk about is the impacts to our trout production systems due to Hurricane Helene. We'll talk about what happened during the storm, where we are currently with production, and where we would like to go into the future. And I may move around because I may point a couple of things out. So as many of you know, obviously Western North Carolina was heavily impacted by the hurricane, and Armstrong State Fish Hatchery was not immune to it. If you don't know where Armstrong State Fish Hatchery is, it is in McDowell County, right along the line with Mitchell County. And Armstrong Creek flows right by the facility. I will say that you don't really get a good sense of all the damage from these pictures. Seeing it in person is significant, what has occurred there. This image here is an image as you enter the facility. As you come into the facility, you would come to the lower raceways or the lower end of the facility. And there is a very small stream that you would cross a little tiny bridge and come into the facility. And that large stream, as you see on the bottom, had become quite wide during the storm. And it made a landslide of this large woody debris. And this large woody debris still sits at the mouth, at the entrance to the facility. This large woody debris took a home that was across the creek from our facility out, took it off its foundation. The man was in his home, washed him underneath that pile of woody debris that you see there. In fact, our staff actually witnessed it, thought he was dead. I mean, they said that multiple times. He's dead, he's not alive. And then he climbed out from that pile of woody debris. Severe, pretty well injured. He had a lot of broken bones and some other issues, but they got him in their house, kept him alive, or tried to keep him alive, and he's still alive today. And they were the whole group was airlifted eventually from the facility because you couldn't get in or out of the facility. So if you know anything about Armstrong, if you've ever been there, it is broken up into two sections. The first section is where you first come into the facility. It is the lower raceways, and it's the larger section of the hatchery. And then there's about a 2-mile road that goes up through the facility. You come to an office building and a hatchery building, and then you go a little bit further, and then there's the upper raceways. And that's the image that you see here in the lower section, the lower picture. That is the upper raceways. And what happened was Armstrong Creek basically built up enough rocks in front of it that it didn't like going that direction anymore, and it cut across the facility. So it cut a new path and came across those upper raceways. Those upper raceways are underneath all that water. And when that happened, once the stream diverted, it started creating all kinds of damage. It started eroding all the roads. It started eroding all the pipes that bring water into our facility. And basically, once that occurred, the facility was pretty much lost at that point. And so it killed most of the trout that were in the facility. Some of the trout in the upper end probably escaped because it was totally inundated. But for the most part, I can tell you, having been there, a lot of them died and they stunk pretty bad. But the major damage that we saw is basically to our infrastructure. And it's not to our buildings. Our houses did well. The hatchery building did well. The office did fine. None of that was really damaged. It's really the roadways and the pipes bringing the water into the facility. And so we lost about 600,000 trout. They ranged in size from fingerling all the way up to catchables, and even our brood fish that we had held on the facility for years and years and years. They all don't exist. And we estimate that to be about $250,000 lost in fish alone. We have now gotten McGill to come out and give us an estimate of what it will be to restore Armstrong back to its original production. And that's going to be about $1.6 million to get it back up and running. And it's going to take about a year to accomplish. We already have plans and everything's already underway. We have contractors actually starting to move equipment there to do that. And as you can see from that far right picture, that's really what the roads kind of look like. In fact, there's some places the roads don't even exist anymore, because when that creek cut across, it really, particularly at the upper end, it really like cut all the road away. In fact, where the road was is now a waterfall. So it's quite impressive, the amount of material that small creek moved over a 24-hour period of time. So moving on from Armstrong, which obviously was the most damaged, the Setzer Fish Hatchery did quite well. Did not have any damage to the facility, but what we have seen is we're starting to have some stream issues there. Stream damage has been pretty significant since Tropical Storm Fred. I'm going to walk over there and I'm going to point something out, and y'all are not going to be able to see it, but I'm going to point it out. So there's a pipe right here. You see that pipe? That pipe's about 15 foot from the bank, sticking out of the bank. That's the damage since Helene. So we lost about 15 foot during Helene. Prior to Helene, before Fred, that pipe was another 15 foot longer. And we actually cut the pipe off when that bank went away the first time, and now it's gone even more. And what's significant about this section is if it cuts here, it's going to cut right into the facility. It's right next door to all our raceways. It's next door to our hatchery building. So we really need to take care of this. And so we're already starting that process with the Forest Service to work on that. Also, I don't know if you've ever been to Setzer, but the intake is up above the facility, and that's the upper picture you see here. There's quite a bit of damage to the stream right around the intake, and we need to secure that so that we can get mechanical equipment out onto that area so that we can clean the intake so that the intake can stay clean. Christian mentioned that the upper Davidson watershed's been pretty damaged. Most of that damage is from Fred. But we're still seeing the effects of that even now. So that restoration is underway. We think it'll take about 2 months to accomplish. So sometime maybe the end of February, we should have all that done.
The top picture is above, that's the edge of the intake right there.
The intake, this is the wall of the intake. This is the water coming into the intake right here.
Yeah, I've been there, that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah. And so what's occurred is this was post Helene picture, and they had already pulled, there was a lot of debris right here. They had already pulled this debris up onto the bank just to clean the intake. But we got a lot of stream bank damage up even higher. In fact, it's cutting right in here. We really couldn't get a good picture of it, but if it cuts there and we don't do something about it, it'll cut across the intake.
I understand what you're saying. I'm oriented now.
No problem. Our other hatcheries did pretty well. Marion really didn't have any damage. We had some minor damage at Table Rock, but nothing to the extent that Armstrong for sure and Setzer. So we don't really have a lot of repairs there. So Christian mentioned this. We were, as you all know, we were planning on starting the renovation of Setzer this January. But due to everything that's happened, we're not going to do that now. We're going to delay it for a period of time until we can get certain things in place. We really need to get the lower end of Armstrong back up and running. It's the larger section of Armstrong. We think we can get that lower end in place probably within 6 months, maybe, if all goes well. But we don't know. That's what the construction schedule says, but we'll see. But Setzer had not started taking fish off the farm. So they're up at max capacity. So they're producing fish right now, and they continue to produce fish. And so we have eggs and fry on site at Setzer, growing out fingerlings. We did stock fall DH this year, delayed harvest this year. We had to delay it a month because of the hurricane. Literally, the hurricane happened about a week before, well, not even a week before, the weekend before we would have been stocking delayed harvest. In fact, I'll say this, what Christian and I have learned about through this whole process with Helene is that trout are really important to people in the West, if you didn't know that. Obviously, we've talked about it being a $1.4 billion industry to our state. But Monday morning, so the hurricane happened on Friday. On Monday morning, we probably had in excess of 100 calls wanting to know when we were going to start stocking delayed harvest waters. Because you got to remember, there were parts of the mountains that didn't get damaged. And so they were really wondering that. And so it is important. And we've now, since as we've progressed, we've had several municipalities contact us and say, hey, we've gotten a lot of damage. We had a HS or DH. We're going to need help getting that back because we want to get people back here. So there's definitely a pull with trout in the western part of our state. So anyway, I'll say that up front. So we stocked delayed harvest in November. We're stocking delayed harvest this week in December, and probably next week. And then we're starting to stock the winter impoundments that are very popular across our state from the coast to the mountains. And so those are those small ponds that are connected to a municipality or game lands that we do every winter. And then we definitely have enough fish on schedule to do spring delayed harvest and hatchery supported waters through Setzer. So that it's not an issue at this point. We'll have to start thinking about reducing a stocking schedule maybe next fall because we will have less fish at that point because we don't have Armstrong. So we'll have to figure that out as that time comes. The last thing I'll talk about, and Commissioner Berry mentioned it, stole my thunder, Commissioner Berry, but that's okay. Is the Gladdy Fork Fish Hatchery. And it will be very important to us if we can get this facility. It will be very important to Fish Division and the agency in terms of holding fish that we can purchase during the Setzer shutdown. But there's what we would really like it for is the long-term use of the facility, in that we really need to build in some redundancies and some resilience into our trout production program, so that when a facility goes down, we have backup plans. And so Christian mentioned this earlier. We would really like for it to be where the facilities are not max capacity out, like running at top bar all the time, because it puts so much pressure on the system, and one disease outbreak or one storm can cause issues. And this facility would give us that kind of flexibility when it comes to that. So I'll talk a little bit. You'll see it again at the LAP committee in phase 1. It is in Transylvania County. It's kind of in southwest Transylvania County. So it's in the same county that Setzer's in. It sits on the hatchery sits on 9 acres. There's what I consider a fairly new, I don't know that the building itself is new, but all the interior components are new. A 2,000 square foot egg hatching and fry rearing facility. And that's the picture that you see here. It's in really, really good shape. I was quite impressed with that building, actually. It was a really nice building. And then down in the bottom where the raceways are, there's a 2,800 square foot office and storage building area that we could utilize for sure when it comes to hatchery work. And then there's 22 concrete raceways. It's very similar to the upper end of Armstrong. If you've ever been to Armstrong, it's very similar to the upper end in terms of its capacity and what it can hold. And then there's 4 concrete holding ponds that we could hold fish in as well. So I talked about it being a facility that we would be able to hold fish, particularly fish that we buy on the open market, to be able to stock out during the Setzer renovation. But its production capabilities are nice as well. Once we get it under production, we can probably, our estimate is about 600,000 fingerlings annually that we will use to move to other trout facilities or keep on the facility to grow out there. It will be able to produce about 200,000 catchables annually, and we would be able to hold brood fish there as well. The one thing about this facility that's a lot of people would say, well, you could buy this facility or that facility. We wouldn't just buy any facility. We're really looking for a facility that's protected. The watershed is protected. We look for disease-free. Those are the kinds of things that we're really looking for when it comes to a trout hatchery in particular. And this provides that. It is at the upper end of its watershed. It is basically spring fed for the most part. We actually walked the grounds and saw the springs and all that provide the flow. It is protected around it. It's literally surrounded by game lands on about 3/4 of the facility. So it's something that we would really like to be able to obtain if possible. The last thing I'll say, it's a trout product. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Is it privately owned?
It's currently privately owned. Yes, sir. So currently they're growing.
Would they sell?
He's looking to sell it. Yes, sir. I think he wants. Yeah. No, you're fine.
I have a pertinent question.
Yep.
The output of this compared to Setzer.
Oh, it's
pounds or?
Yeah, it's much smaller than Setzer. Setzer's a huge trout facility.
$1.6 million, but is it a quarter?
No, it's not even that. No, I don't know like ratio in my brain right now. Yeah, it's about half of what, well, it's not even, it's about 1/3 of what Armstrong would produce. So it is a smaller facility. But it would give us a lot of leeway and freedom. So if all of our hatcheries have residencies where we have to have people there 7 days a week, 365. And so this facility does have a residence on it. It's on 2.25 acres. It's a 1,400 square foot log home. It's very nice. We went it. They let us go in it. It doesn't look like it's ever been lived in for the most part. It's about brand new. And so it would be a part of that $1.6 million purchase that you mentioned before. So just wanted to go over Gladdy Fork because you're going to see it. If you're in the lap, you're going to see it again. Any questions about production, trout production? Yes.
Necessarily that, so like, Setzer, and this may be more for Rachel, like, what did the storm do to hellbenders, mussels, bad news, I'm assuming?
So I won't speak to hellbenders, but Sarah, but there is a presentation in the committee of the whole. So that goes over that a little bit more. Still evaluating, some of the places we just couldn't get into. Especially with mussels, they kind of burrow down this time of year anyways. So it's hard for us to assess them. We'll know a little bit more in the spring. But the mussels will likely be the most impacted from everything that we've seen. And our staff have been out and they've talked about like the rescue program. They've got stock boats out, they've had seines out, and we are seeing good numbers of species coming back. Similar catch rates for now, so.
Any other questions? Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I overlooked you. Any other questions that need to come before the Fisheries Committee? Same.
Thank y'all for what you're doing with the bed storm. Thanks.
Meeting adjourned.
We'll go right into it. Okay, we get. You got that beat up already. All right, we got a big agenda and huge, but anyway, we're gonna simplify. You're gonna get it under. Sorry about that. This is a monumental meeting, and for a lot of reasons, as much land you've ever looked at or thought about. So I thought mine already did. Do us. Meeting is open. Roll call. I got that. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. In accordance with the meeting will be available. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. Call on Marlo, roll call, please.
I'm gonna do a roll call for land acquisition and property vendors. Committee Chair Tom Berry,
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Brad Standback,
Here.
Committee Member Jim Ruffin,
Present.
Ray Clifton,
Here.
Kelly Davis, here, Dana Zimmer,
Here.
and ex officio members Monty Crump,
Here.
Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a floor.
Thank you. Before I call on, Assistant Chief Ben Solomon, I will make a comment that I was a little premature just a second ago. But this is a big deal. We're looking at acquiring close to 10,000 acres and at a tune of over $20 million. I think of asking the commission and staff to look at growing new game lands in needy areas. And sometimes you'll watch what you ask for, you might get it. As you'll see, we require probably, obviously, an extension of game lands, but a couple of brand new game lands. The big question is how we're going to pay for all this. So as we go through it, we'll make special notes on that issue. So with that being said, Ben, all yours, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman Berry, and good morning. We have 19 total agenda items to work through today. And we'll start off with our phase one list, which includes 10 phase ones. Our first is the Mason Branch Wetland. This is a 24-acre tract in Cherokee County. This tract will serve as a public fishing area, as well as an addition to game land here. The tax value of the tract is $403,000, and the approximate asking price is not known at this time. This tract is currently owned by Mainspring Conservation Trust, and purchase price will be determined by an appraisal. The biological overview of the tract, it's located in the Valley River in Marble, North Carolina. There's frontage along the valley, as well as the Mason Branch and Steelhouse Branch. And this property has unique mountain wetland habitat. There's about 2,800 foot of road frontage along Airport Road here. And as you can see in the map, there's quite a bit of open pasture. There's 13 acres of open pasture that can be improved to maintain some early successional habitat here. Again, this is a partnership with one of our mountain land trust, Mainspring Conservation Trust, and staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Mason Branch wetland tract.
Well, obviously, it's 24 acres and who knows appraisal price will be, but obviously it's going to be larger than that amount. Just we discussed it. I want to say that the event committee had 2 hours in preparation for this meeting. So some of this stuff, we're ready to hear questions that you might have, but we've approved this as staff has recommended to go forward.
And Commissioner Berry, with your permission, if it works out this way, we can package all the phase 1s together and call for a vote at one time at the end. Yes. All right. Moving forward, we have our Gentry tract. This is a 1.1 acre tract in McDowell County. This will be a new boating access area. The tax value of the property is just under $100,000. We do not have an approximate asking price, but we have communicated with the landowner our limitations to pay appraised value. The landowner is understanding of that and will wait on an appraisal. The tract is adjacent to our WRC owned Pisgah game land. There's protection of 370 foot of riparian zone here on the North Catawba. There's some protection provided to the Carolina Foothills crayfish, as well as the Grandfather Mountain crayfish that are found in this reach. And the tract will serve as a good takeout for float anglers on the North Catawba River. And staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Gentry tract. Any questions or comments?
You know what
Access is big.
excavated area to the left of the tract is about? It's in between the tract and is the forest.
I'm not sure. Yeah, Doug. Former bridge crossing. Okay.
So I don't think we have any more questions. We'll move on with this call.
We have the bird tracks. This is a 53 acre assemblage in Wilkes County. This will be in addition to Thurman Chatham game land. The tax value of this assemblage is right at $163,000. And we do not have an approximate asking price, but we have communicated our process and limitations to the landowner. This does appear in this overview map as a bit of an outlier tract, but this tract does connect to another project that's in process with TNC. It is our Pine Mountain Morrison tract project, and that project does connect the existing Thurman Chatham game land down to these bird tracks. The Pine Mountain Morrison tract borders the bird tracks along its northern boundary. Timber was recently harvested off this tract, and so primarily a clear cut habitat type at this point. Access to this tract is through a deeded right of way, which will provide great access to the public and staff. And with that clear cut, there was some development of logging roads, which will provide good access and a good road network for staff and our management and operations. So staff would like to recommend phase 1 approval of the bird tracks.
Great discussion on this. While we're buying something all by itself, adjacent is not necessarily extra. So there were some questions. I agree we should move forward with this. Go ahead.
So moving forward, we have our Wilderness Cove property. This is a property at Green River Game Land in Polk County. It's an 11 acre tract. It does border and provide access to this tract of Green River Game Land. The tax value of the tract is $476,000. We do not have an approximate asking price, but we have communicated with the landowner process and limitations. The tract will provide deeded access to the adjacent Green River Game Land. Currently, we do not have deeded access to that tract of Green River. The current owners of this tourism company do allow us public access as well as administrative access across this tract, but with future ownership, that's always something could diminish. Anglers will benefit from direct access to the Green River here. There will also be quite a bit of additional parking provided to anglers. Also, I think it's important to note, staff mentioned that there's been longstanding conflicts at this access point, at times between game land users as well as between game land users and the owners and customers of this business, mainly due to game land users flying in their access road. There are people walking around and using their facilities. So it is important to note that securing this property and this deeded access will mean a lot for this tract of Green River game land. As you can see in the detail map, there's quite a bit of infrastructure on the tract. The current landowner has agreed in early conversations to remove nearly all of that infrastructure. The only thing that would be left would be a vault toilet as well as a bathhouse that would be left for our staff to make use of or choose to demo. One thing that we discussed heavily on Monday was the need to clearly outline the removal procedures, where these structures will be moved to, make sure they're not going to be buried on the property. There's a lot of details to outline in this removal plan, and all of those details will be worked out, I think, between phase 1 and phase 2. But that's something that we took note of, and staff are very aware that we'll need to clearly define that agreement with the landowner.
So how are we gonna pay for it?
So this tract, being that it's a game land addition as well as a potential access point to the Green River, it'll have potential for Pittman Robertson funds. I think it would also be likely a good land and water fund application, being that it's riparian protection to the Green River. So I think we have good funding potential, and given our access to Green River game land could be compromised if a different owner were to purchase, we would be aggressive in our pursuit for funding sources.
So we had several conversations, a lot of conversation about this one and how close is the next available landing. And you said what, you looked it up, 1.6 miles or so?
It was 1.3 miles to the downstream PFA and around 4.5 miles to the nearest upstream PFA.
Speak for its value, but I think it's access. Anyway, let's move on from that. Pro Tract.
Pro Tract is a 8-acre property in Cleveland County. This will be in addition to South Mountains Game Land. The tax value of the property is $23,408. We do not have an approximate asking price. We have communicated our process with the landowner. This is a tract that's adjacent to game land. Could be considered an in-holding. Access to this tract is through a gated community. In purchasing this tract or pursuing this tract, we're looking to prevent any future development, any future residential development, and shore up this side of our game land boundary, South Mountains Game Land. And staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Crow Tract.
Meeting, if anybody's got questions.
What is the feeling of the existing homeowners there about this going forward?
I'm not sure. We can inquire with local staff.
Some of y'all checked in on that. I mean, you said you didn't want any more, but evidently there's already some there. Is that right?
That's a good question, and I'll have an answer.
All right, thank you.
We refer to staff.
Thank you.
And if we'd like to look it up, if that's a bearing on approval, then we look it up for more.
I would assume existing homeowners nearby would prefer that we own it and protect it rather than have more houses built.
Okay.
I'll sure they agree with that. So we're good. And move forward.
Very bad. I'm not on your committee. It was just a curiosity question.
Well, it's a good comment. You can be on the committee for just 30 seconds.
That's right. I'm off now.
Thank you very much.
But I reserve the right to comment.
Okay. Januszewski Tract.
So our Januszewski Tract is a 90-acre property in McDowell County. This will also be in addition to South Mountains Game Land. The approximate tax value is $61,910. We do not have a listed price or an asking price. We've communicated our process with the landowner. This tract has significant protection to unnamed tributaries in the headwaters of Cane Creek. It will further protect Carolina foothills crayfish that is found downstream in Cane Creek. And access to the tract is provided from Highway 226, which will provide great public access as well as administrative access. And you can't see it great in this detail map, but there is a developed road going into the tract. So we anticipate our stewardship cost down the road when we would present this as a future phase 2. They'd likely be lower due to already having a developed road. And staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Janosewski tract.
Yeah, obviously it's a no-brainer, so let's move on.
All righty, we have the Hickory Nut Mountain property. This is a very unique and special assemblage that's here in McDowell County. The property is owned by 130 of Chatham. This 3,083 acre portion is just a small portion of the overall assemblage. The overall property is right at 12,000 acres. This is a partnership project between NC State Parks and Foothills Conservancy. We're working together to acquire the entire assemblage. Wildlife NCWRC is interested in the northernmost reach of the assemblage, which is what you see here on the detail map. The remainder of the assemblage it runs southwest of what you see on the map. The central section would be owned by NC State Parks, and the southernmost portion would likely be owned by Foothills Conservancy. The tax value of the parcels that we're looking at are just over $4.1 million. We do not have an approximate asking price at this time. I will say that Foothills Conservancy has been working with 130 of Chatham and some of their land managers to negotiate price. We know that we will likely be able to acquire this tract within appraised value or even some bargain. So all of that to be detailed at a later date. The biological overview of the tract, it's primarily closed canopy hardwood forest. There's about 96 acres of open bottomland habitat. There are also multiple streams that run throughout the property. There's also really good access along Old Fort Sugar Hill Road, as well as Montford Cove Road. So we would have several access points for public access and staff administrative access. And staff recommend phase 1 approval of the Hickory Nut Mountain tracts.
Okay, gotta ask a question. That's a lot of money. It's gonna be $5 or $6 million. So that's bigger than Tuckertown. We gotta talk about how to pay for it. What we're gonna do.
Yes, sir. So Foothills Conservancy already has an awarded Land and Water Fund grant to help with this acquisition. This project is also the entirety of the assemblage will score and be a strong contender in the Forest Legacy Program. That will be a joint application submitted by Foothills State Parks and Wildlife Commission. We plan to go after the total acquisition price in that Forest Legacy application. So between funding in hand with NC Land and Water Fund and the funding potential of Forest Legacy, we feel strongly that we'll be able to. We have a strong chance at funding this project.
This is the kind of thing it's really concerning in the fact that you're looking at probably out of pocket either PR or endowment money. Could be $3 or $4 million. And what you're saying there is it's probably not going to be that, but we really don't know, and we're going forward with the project. Just want to be sure we all understand what we're setting ourselves up for, which is the benefit here is huge. Tim Sweeney has been so special to us. Several years ago, at the 700-acre tract, he didn't want us to find because he didn't want us to cut any trees down. Well, we went in and we talked to him, and I went to his office with Gordon and da. So he's come around our way of thinking. The big point here is this is a new game land. It's very special to us. We're going to make this thing happen, but it won't just happen. We're going to make it happen. Okay. Anybody want to comment on that?
Tom, would this be our closest game land to Charlotte?
I can't answer. It could be.
Yeah.
And let's see.
So if you look at our overview map, you can see I think the nearest game land is going to be WRC Pisgah, and then there's South Mountain Game Lands just to the southeast. Yep.
And then you got PD, URA,
Yeah, that's what I was
Sand
saying,
Hills.
right there.
to the southeast, 60 miles away.
Yeah.
So, I mean, therein lies a very good question. Do we want to spend $3 or $4 million on it when we have these other game
Well,
winners?
that's, we can address that in phase two.
Yeah, it's still phase one anyway, so.
We know exactly.
Big deal. Understand what you're saying. All right, so, we'll move it in the pile. Big pile. Jackson Track.
All right, we'll shift gears and head over to the coastal plain. This is a 452 acre tract in Bladen County. This will be in addition to Suggs Mill Pond game land. This tract, as you can see, is on the northern portion of our game land boundary. Tax value of the tract is $726,000, and we do not have an approximate asking price, but that would be determined by appraisal. The property shares 2 miles of boundary with the existing game land. The forest composition is around 35 acres of longleaf pine, 60 acres of mixed pine, and about 65 acres of Carolina Bay rim habitat. The tract will benefit from WRC management, especially the ecotone between the Poquoson and upland longleaf pine. And there's great public and administrative access throughout this tract. Has a really good internal road network. Some of it you can see through our detail map. And staff recommend phase one approval of the Jackson tract.
Anybody have any questions? Their thoughts? We too agree.
Moving forward, we have our Ag Direct Farms Light Ground Poquoson Game Land Edition. This is a 2,727 acre tract in Pamlico County. That acreage is slightly different than the acreage we looked at on Monday. We had a slight correction there. Just wanted to note that.
5,000.
It was significant error, but the correct acreage, we did quite a bit of research on it over the last couple of days. The correct acreage is 2,727. This will be in addition to light ground Poquoson game land. The tax value of this tract, these two tracts, is just over $1 million, and it is listed on the open market. And the approximate asking price is $4.2 million. This property would bring us access to light ground Poquoson game land. Currently, we have no public access to light ground Poquoson game land. The property will also protect the majority of light ground Poquoson, which is one of the largest peat caps that exist in the coastal plain of North Carolina. So there's a good potential, or there's strong potential for some hydrologic restoration here. Administrative access to the tract would be through a deeded right-of-way. And as I mentioned, the existing light ground Poquoson game land currently does not have public access. This tract would provide public access and allow staff to provide permit bear and deer hunting opportunities. And staff wanted me to stress that the permit bear opportunities here would be world-class bear hunting opportunities here in Pamlico County. Per Pamlico County regulations, I think it's steel hunting only allowed. So this would not be a tract that allowed bear hunting by dog. And very important tract for us at this currently secluded game land, and staff recommend phase one approval. Any questions on this one?
So is the red mark on this map is that should that be smaller now? It's 2,000 instead of 5,000 acres. Is that the same description? Try to be accurate.
So the parcel shape is correct, and the correct acreage of those two parcels combined is 2,727. And I believe the existing game land there is around 900 acres, which makes a lot more sense than looking at this as a 5,000 acre addition.
It's a whole lot more exciting paying less than $1,000 an acre. But anyway. It's another game land is what it amounts to. It makes it a decent sized piece of property. It's really exciting. So I don't think anybody's got any questions. Figure out how to pay for it.
We'll do it. So moving forward, we have I believe our final phase one for the day. This is the Gladdy Fort Fish Hatchery. This is property that Corey Oakley just discussed in great detail, far greater detail than I'll go into now. But the overall property is 11 acres in Transylvania County. It will be a new fish hatchery. The tax value of the property is $441,000, and the approximate asking price is $1.6 million. And as Corey had mentioned, acquisition of this hatchery will add capacity for growing and holding fish to reduce the impacts to the stock trout program during the Armstrong and Setzer renovations. After renovations are completed, the facility will be used to increase production either as a brood stock, fingerling, or catchable facility, or a combination of these three. And the addition will also provide resiliency and redundancy to the stock trout program to help safeguard against future storm events. And staff would like to recommend phase one approval of the Gladdy Fort Fish Hatchery project.
I think of all the acquisitions that we looked at, we were excited about this. Pretty much speaks for itself. Does anybody got any questions about some of them? Other details?
Would we have to go through the approval of the appraisal process? Yeah. Yes.
Oh, it will. Got the asking price. That should give you some idea. We can buy anything over price value. So, okay, what a.
So that concludes all of our phase ones for today. I think.
Motion in the
Yep.
second, approve all phase one.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're good.
Moving forward, we have 7 phase twos to take a look at today.
Pork fowl.
Our first being the Port Palace tract.
That's history there somewhere.
This is a 238 acre tract in Bladen County. It will be in addition to Whitehall Plantation Game Land. As you can see, hopefully you can see it a little bit in our overview map. The tract in light red is the Marshall tract that we're working on with TNC. This Port Palace tract will border that Marshall tract, and both will be added to Whitehall Plantation. The approximate asking price for the tract is $800,000. Access to the tract will be provided through NC 53 and Bivens Bridge Road. It will improve access to the adjacent Marshall tract, which I'll talk a bit more about here in a second. And there's around 57 acres of open ag field, and it also lies within the Conkill Bay Complex Natural Heritage Area, which is ranked as exceptional. And the appraisal came in at $760,000. State Property Office went into negotiations with the landowner, and we landed on a final purchase price of $800,000. This is a bit of a unique situation here with this project and how this closing would occur. The property does have an active hog lagoon on it. I believe Commissioner Clifton brought that up in our phase one proposal. The active hog lagoon is something that we have no interest in. We have no interest in decommissioning. The current landowner has the expertise and the skill set to fully decommission that hog lagoon. And in discussions with him, he was more than willing to take that on. However, he did want to see commitment and some financial commitment from the Wildlife Commission prior to decommissioning the lagoon. So what we've proposed to the landowner and what's been accepted is we would send this to close, and we would hold 100,000 of this 800 in escrow, and it would be held in that escrow account until the hog lagoon is fully decommissioned, at which time that 100,000 would be released from escrow, and the landowner would have their full purchase price. That's something that I've not seen since being in the job yet, but that is a solution that the AG's office proposed to us, and the landowner was open to the solution, felt it was a good fit.
How does that cause an exception to pay more than price value? You segregate it and you leave it over there for a little while, that cleans it up, and then you go back.
So in regard to paying over appraised value, we don't take that lightly. It's something that we hold a hard line But in this case, the access that it brings to the Marshall Tract, this was an extremely high priority acquisition for our local staff. We spent quite a bit of time discussing it. And given that we're paying 40,000 over appraised, we were able to negotiate that price and that. Yes, sir, Commissioner Ruffin.
When I looked at this earlier, what came to my mind is that Hawk Lagoon is there and it appraised at 760. And I think once the whole lagoon is removed, the value is going to go up, and it probably would appraise at least 800. That was what I did in my mind. I don't know if that's right. That's how I justified the above appraised value, but it's going to be worth more at least to us.
So we had a very unique appraisal conducted as well. The value of the property with the lagoon and without the lagoon was taken into consideration. So our purchase price of the appraised value of 760 takes into account the Hog Lagoon has been removed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Tom, my experience with the state property office is there is some latitude over appraised value. And it appears that maybe that's what they've done here. And so that's sort of within the boundaries of what the state property office can.
We're gonna get you to go with us next time.
I'll have, depends on who you're seeing over there. A little bit of a history, but it's been pretty good.
I think to point out what you're saying, that the access to the Marshall Tract is,
Yeah.
this is
Right.
That's
great,
where.
great benefit.
The office, it's okay. I mean, you got to prove it. They like the point. So put in the file for approval in a few minutes. Okay. Big Swamp now.
Our Big Swamp Tract is in Robeson County. It has a tax value of $816,000. This will be a new game land, and it will be a game land that's serving, you could argue, an underserved area. Access to the property is off Highway 211. The tract is largely made up of Blackwater floodplain forest, including cypress tupelo forest, as well as bottomland hardwood, which allowed us access to a few different funding sources that you'll see here in a minute. The patchwork of non-forested wetland exists on the property. It provides excellent wintering waterfowl habitat. This is a tract that I was able to get out and see in person, and I would agree with that assessment by our local staff. It appeared to be a great, appeared to have great waterfowl hunt opportunities. 20% of the property is made up of managed pine timberland, which will offer good opportunities for wildlife habitat improvement. You'll see a little bit more on that in our stewardship cost and revenue. So the appraisal came in at 3.25 million. It's important to note this is a partnership with the Open Space Institute. The Open Space Institute is a land trust that's fairly new to working in North Carolina. I believe this may be one of their first partnership projects with the state agency. They worked with us on this funding plan. So the Wildlife Commission was awarded a NC Land and Water Fund grant this cycle at $1.2 million. The Open Space Institute is bringing $500,000 in a coastal wetlands NACA grant, and we will also be bringing $125,000 through an Enviva Forest Conservation Fund grant for a total cost of $1,825,000. And as you can see, that's quite a bit lower than the appraised value. So we are purchasing this property at quite a bargain sale. The estimated stewardship costs are $17,104 for boundary establishment of a parking area, and gate installation. And the total revenue estimate is $60,000 for a thinning that will occur within this first 5-year window. And staff would like to recommend phase 2 approval of the Big Swamp Tract.
It's pretty significant, but it's a new game land, but it's all waterfowl. And
there's quite a bit of upland
boundary and gate parking area.
So I believe this tract, the first time thinning on some of those upland pine stands will be one management activity. I'm not exactly sure what staff's opinions are, what their plans are for prescribed fire operations at this time. But the upland areas will be suitable for, or there's potential for prescribed fire work on the upland areas of the tract.
It's a wonderful opportunity, and obviously we need to pursue it. And we've got some great grants. Pretty much a gift, so it speaks for itself. So congratulations. staff.
Got a question about the numbers. It looks like the total of all these grants is 1.825.
I know.
So, but the cost is 1.425. 3,250,000 minus 1,825 is 1.425.
That's the bargain sale contribution. That's bargain sale that's being provided in the overall acquisition. So the purchase price will be at 1.825.
So it's a bargain sale. We're getting these grants and we don't, this conversation we had the other day. I was trying to figure out, do we really want 1.8? Are we getting to get 1.8? Where was that landing? So the way I understand it, because it's a bargain sale after these grants are funded.
Correct. It's a bargain sale purchase. It appraised at 3.25 million and the total purchase price will be 1.825. Yeah.
We're getting all that money through other funding.
Correct. NC Land and Water Fund, a Knocker grant, and Inviva.
Okay, so that's the total. So the bargain sale component is 1.425 that the landowner is giving.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So our cost is zero.
Our internal input is zero. Correct. There's no Pittman Robertson, no state funds going into it.
Stewardship cost.
Stewardship cost will be our.
Are we clear? Everybody good with that?
The grant, I mean, they're on their last legs. Almost bankrupt. They still getting these grants.
So we've had quite a bit of conversation on that lately. Crystal Cockman is one of our new staff that we recently hired on our land team. I think she has a meeting with the Inviva program staff here next week, and they do plan to run at least one more funding cycle, one upcoming funding cycle. So long term, I'm not sure what the outlook is, but
I know what happened.
Yeah. Any other questions on Big Swamp?
Take your time. Let's move on.
All right, we'll shift over to Pender County. This is a donation from a private landowner. This is a 12-acre tract. It will be in addition to Holly Shelter Game Land. Access to the tract is from Highway 17, and the tract is equally split between open ground and loblolly forest. One important factor for this acquisition or this donation is it will buffer against new development. Again, it is a donation, and our 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates came in at $6,140 for stewardship. This is to establish boundary, a parking area, and a gate install. And there's no estimated total revenue within the 5-year span. And staff recommend phase 2 approval of the Morris tract donation. Any questions?
I don't think we have it. Okay. No.
Was there a component here about giving us access that was problematic before? Was that another tract?
That was not problematic in this particular situation.
It's a gift, so.
Yep. And the adjacent development that you see there is a DOT facility, so it is state-owned property adjacent to us as well. All right. We'll jump back over to the Piedmont. This is the Heitman tract. This is a 2.14 acre addition to Yadkin River Game Land. This is in Davidson County. The tax value of the tract is $27,000, and the approximate asking price came in at appraised value, which is $51,000. This tract, although small, is very critical for securing public and administrative access to this tract of Yadkin River Game Land. It will provide deeded access to the public and to staff through Kessler Road. Adjacent property owners have in the past and even currently, they have tried to cut off access to our staff and to the public. They've installed cable gates to prevent staff and public from accessing the tract. There's quite a bit of signage and caution tape and everything that you can imagine to try to ward the public and our staff off from accessing this tract. Acquisition of the Heitman tract will secure that deeded access for the public and for administrative purposes. The appraisal came in at $51,000. We proposed to purchase with state funds using $51,000 of state funds for the total acquisition price. The 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates are $6,140 for stewardship to establish boundary, some road improvement and a gate installation. And the overall total revenue came in at 0 in the 5-year span. And staff recommend phase 2 approval of the Heitman tract.
You say state funds, that means a lot of different pockets. I guess you mean PR.
No, sir. It will be likely license receipts, and we'll have a couple different options. We could also use state funds from our timber fund, but it will be derived from a state funding source
We control.
that we control.
Like that. Clear with money and we'll be ready to go. All right, state funds.
We currently have it under contract.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, we're good.
All right. We'll stay in Davidson County with our Randy Mabry tract.
Okay.
This is a 49.5 acre tract. It will be in addition to Yadkin River Game Land. The tax value is $106,000. The approximate asking price was not listed at the time we decided to pursue it, but we did land on an agreement at appraised value. The overview of the tract: this acquisition will fill an in-holding forest at the game land. The forest composition is mainly loblolly pine, and there's also a good trail system from existing logging roads that will benefit public access and administrative use. The appraisal came in at $109,000. We proposed to purchase the tract using $109,000 of wildlife restoration Pittman Robertson funds. And the 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates came in at $2,540 for stewardship. That was for boundary, establishing fire breaks, and prescribed fire burning operations in the first 5 years. And the total revenue came in at 0 for the 5-year span. Staff recommend phase 2 approval of the Randy Mabry tract.
Let's move on.
All right. Next up, we have the Ripshin Ridge property. This is a 341 acre property in Caldwell County. It will be in addition to Buffalo Cove Game Land. This is a partnership project with Foothills Conservancy. The tax value of the property is $625,000. The overview access to the tract is off Wisnet Road, and it's primarily made up of hardwood forest. 7 natural communities occur on this tract, and there's also important protection of headwater streams. The property appraised at $1.2 million. This again is a partnership project with Foothills Conservancy. Foothills Conservancy has a land and water fund grant in the amount of $562,628. We will bring $110,000 of wildlife restoration Pittman Robertson funds to the table at close for a total purchase price of $672,628. So again, quite a bit of bargain sale provided in this acquisition. The 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates came in at $22,720 for boundary establishment and establishment of a parking area, and the total revenue came in at 0. Staff would like to recommend phase 2 approval of the Ripshin Ridge tract.
NC, land and water, that's an application process. So was that our application or one of our funding partners?
It was our funding partner, Foothills Conservancy. Mhm.
It's interesting how the land and water, that usually let out like February, so do they not?
Correct.
So we've
Typically.
been holding this, they've been holding that until we got all our trucks together to ask for the money.
Correct. Foothills Conservancy was awarded that funding in a past cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're holding the award, and they'll be able to draw those funds at closing. Our contribution will be $110,000 of Pittman Robertson dollars.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on that one?
Big one. Let's take a lot of PR money. Yeah, good one. Okay, that we're good.
I believe this is our final phase 2 for today. This is the White Oak Arteman tract. This is a 460 acre acquisition in Haywood County. It will be in addition to Forest Service owned Pisgah game land. The tax value of the property is just under 1.2 million. And the approximate asking price for us will be a donation. This is a donation that was facilitated by Southern Appalachian Highlands Conservancy. Important funding that made this a donation for the Wildlife Commission was Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation funding, other private donations, as well as a NC Land and Water Fund grant. The biological overview of the property: it has access off Roadman Drive. The forest type is mixed hardwood with pine interspersed. Elevation ranges from 2,800 to 3,900 feet. The tract does share boundary with the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, as well as the U.S. Forest Service owned Pisgah game land. Portions of the property are also within the Audubon Society's Great Smoky Mountains National Park important bird area. It's also important to note this acquisition will directly benefit our elk herd in Haywood County. Staff had noted that this tract is currently being used by elk. With this being a state-owned tract, WRC's possession, it will allow us a lot more management flexibility to manage the tract for elk. Currently, management for elk habitat is very limited within Great Smoky Mountains National Park. So very important win for the elk in Haywood in North Carolina.
And just to emphasize the fact that the Elk Foundation is continually accepting and funding smaller amounts that we have through David Stewart. And this one, we've been urging, I've been talking with the Elk Foundation, and through their funding, my good friend Maurice Hall is on the big board. They are open to funding acquisitions that we come up with also at a larger. So duly note that with all the issues that we have with elk, that the Elk Foundation is stepping up in a big way. So I just want to put that. Okay.
I'd like to point out that Haywood County has a landfill near White Oak, and the closed portions that have already been grassed are getting heavy use from elk now. So this is close to that.
Okay. It's pretty cool.
So this will be a donation coming from Southern Appalachian Highlands Conservancy. The estimated stewardship is $28,400 for boundary establishment, road improvement, gate install, and parking, and no total revenue within the 5-year span. And staff would like to recommend phase 2 approval of the White Oak Aardman tract. And Chairman Barry, that concludes our phase 2s for today. We would like to consider a motion and a vote for all 7 phase 2s.
I'll make a motion that we approve all those phase 2.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Other property matters. Where's Landon when you need him?
I just texted him, but he didn't answer.
We were looking at these easements and you gotta wait.
He's not a fan of easements. That's why I walked out the door with it.
That's why we want him back in here now.
Jack is still there, but then, he's not outside. He's gonna be a good
I
company when
talked
he
to
gets back
Landon
in.
about this, and, but I think we came to the very same conclusion on the second track. So if we want to take that up,
Yeah, just go ahead and do it.
I think that we can cover that one.
We'd like to start with the second track.
Sure,
both. Let's take it.
All right, okay. News River Game Land, let's take that one out.
All right. Our Neuse River Game Land easement request is a private landowner that is seeking a right-of-way easement on Neuse River Game Land. This easement would be for ingress, egress, and utilities. The requested easement would be 30-foot wide and 3.5 miles in length. The easement path is denoted in orange, if you can see it on our game lands map here. The landowner currently has access to their tract through a special use permit. We do grant them an annual special use permit to drive through game land roads to access that peninsula. The peninsula in the bottom of the map, owned by a Mr. McKnight, that is the private landowner that is requesting the easement. If we were to approve this, the value of the easement would be determined through state property office process, which would include an appraisal. It's important to note that currently there is no deeded access. Mr. McKnight currently does not have deeded access to his tract. He does not have the ability to run utilities through 3.5 miles of game land. It's also important to note that the entire easement path runs through primary natural heritage area, and a portion of it will be through buffer natural heritage area. And all in all, with impacts to resource, staff have very serious concerns with granting this easement to Mr. McKnight. I'd like to open it up for conversation.
So, and you just mentioned that staff had recommendation was denied. Would you
Sorry, what was that again?
say staff recommendation is to accept this or not accept that? Did you just say what the recommendation was that they be not accept it?
So due to our concerns with impacts to the resource, we are not in favor of granting this easement as staff.
You want to be very quick, Jim?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion not to approve this. I'd like to make a motion not to approve this one.
And leave it like it is with special use permit, exactly like it is.
Yep.
We could talk about it, but no need.
Sure.
Okay, buddy. We're gonna get you to lunch on time.
Second.
Second, okay, is any other discussion? All in favor of not approving this request? Okay. We'll move on with Sand Hills Game Land and see what we get with that.
So our Sand Hills Game Land easement request is also coming from a private landowner. Their parcel, their property is outlined in pinkish purple in our map. This is their primary residence. This easement path is their primary means of accessing their property. They're currently requesting ingress, egress, and utilities through this right-of-way easement. This will solidify deeded access to their primary residence. This is an existing driveway. We did quite a bit of research trying to figure out how long that driveway had been in existence. It appeared as though it had been there since the 1950s. We've never had any issues with this particular landowner. We've never had an issue with them driving across this portion of game land. Staff had no concerns with impacts to the resource in this particular case. The value of the easement would be determined by state property office process. And to speak a little bit to that, just as a refresher, the state property office will work with the landowner. The landowner will pay for an appraisal. The appraiser will produce a before and an after value, a value with deeded access and a value without. That difference in value will be the value of the easement. And that is essentially what the state property office will charge this private landowner. There's also a survey that would accompany that before the easement's completed. The survey will be at the cost of the private landowner as well. So just wanted to clarify that.
Is there a width on this one, 30, 20 foot, 30 foot?
30, yeah, yep.
So, well, what was our investigation say that our legal position, if challenged, would be? Did we comment on that? Did they feel like that they would win? That was our recommendation. Our counsel would say that we would win or lose, or.
So our representative at the state property office is currently taking that up with the AG's office. We don't have that information in hand right now, but currently we have a landowner that is formally requesting the easement. Whether or not they have a case for easement by prescription is not known at this point.
They've been using it for how long then? Since the 50s.
According to imagery and a few of the plats that staff were able to locate at the Registry of Deeds office, there's record of that driveway being in place back to the 1950s.
Staff recommends we approve this.
Staff are in support and see no issues.
I will say that staff did, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's the answer to your question. But I will say, I want to talk to Landon about it a bit ago. He said that he would not approve. He said his recommendation was not. And I can only guess what is, but I guess the value, whatever they allow us for the value of that easement, at some point in time in the future, it's going to be worth more than that. If the state ever gets in position. I kind of lean toward, being a good neighbor been letting these people do it for a long time. And let the AG's office rule on the value. Prove it. Would like it, plan it that.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion in order to table this until we get the legal opinion and the value to the.
I will accept that and say, make a motion.
I just made.
Okay, I'll second.
Then,
Any
then if
discussion?
Lane is concerned about the length of time, we can discuss it then when we get more information.
Fair enough. Thank you. This is just a good motion. All in favor? Discussion.
Landowner's been using it for that long and there are no real issues. He can continue to use it. The reason they may want the easement deeded is to sell the property. And who knows what the next landowner would be like. So I think I'm in support of Monty's motion to table it until we have a legal opinion.
Then are they using it for power access or just access? Do we know?
So currently their power comes in from the north. You can kind of see that path through the woods. It's an overhead power line right of way that comes through there. I think the utilities right of way is in the event that city water or I guess any fiber that they may potentially want to use.
So in the event that the committee would approve the access, can you restrict that to no overhead power line to change? That would change the composite of the game land.
You could, yes, sir. You could specify that in the easement language.
Or you could specify just ingress, not.
No utilities. Yep.
So that's going to inhibit development of that property, which we're sorry, it's my question, where I was going though, how many acres is that? I forgot to ask that question.
The private property.
Yeah.
I'm not sure right off. It's not a large property, but I'd have to confirm that for you. I'm not sure.
I like
And it does identify the width by stating that along the existing driveway. There's a minimum, we need to put a minimum amount of width.
So one clarification with Chairman's motion, you mentioned to table it until we have further legal guidance from the AG's office, but you also mentioned value.
You go 10-point proceed with this, price.
Okay.
It's just, we just have to assume.
The appraisal was coming from the.
It'll be at the cost of the landowner.
If he wants it, he can pay for the appraisal up front so we can see what it is. And the legal opinion may come out and we got to give it to him daily anyway. Then, but we're still got. We'll know more when we have those two things.
Can we use that appraisal from the landowner?
It'll be in coordination with the state property office. So, yeah.
Okay, well, we made that motion. I think all our business is concluded unless anybody else does.
We need to finalize the vote on the motion.
We voted on it.
We did vote on it.
Oh, you did?
That's right.
We voted on it, but.
I interrupted the vote for a comment.
Let's go to make another vote. All in favor?
Well, it is. I'll be waiting now.
All in favor? That concludes land water use, access committee, and we go to lunch.
It's 12:45. If we've got a little bit of time, 12:45, we'll recess to then come back in, reconvene at 12:45. We go downstairs to the basement is where it's lunch is concerned. All the way down in the basement.
And I think it just, so it might be 5 or 10 minutes before.
Oh, one side of the elevator is out, so you take the stairs. The right side elevator's out, the left side still works. Just to be cautious, close down the right side elevator.
Now the bad access to the stairs, what if you get in them, can we get back out?
But the stairs are on.
They're unlocked now, but coming and going.
It's verify the ground. The elevator, it's ground is right back, I think. Like ground.
Was that budget cuts based on the land use and access?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's the thing I call that for bad guy, but you're ruling on that.
Yeah.
We'll call the big game meeting for December the 4th in order. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. The recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife. This time I'll ask Margo Linkler for a roll call.
I'm gonna do a roll call for our big game committee members, committee chair David Coyle,
Here.
committee vice chair Wes Leader, committee member John Coley, committee member Tom Berry,
Here.
committee member Steve Wyndham, committee member John Alexander, ex officio members Monty Cross,
Here.
Mark Craig.
Here. Okay, at this time I'm gonna call on Brad Howard for an elk update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I jump into the elk, I wanted to make everybody aware that our game and fur bearer program annual summary is at your desk. It's a really good summary of all the things we've done throughout the year with our game and fur bearer program and our game species. So we're reading through that. I'm going to provide an elk update, but the elk update is primarily going to be related to potential statutory language to provide for a raffle and auction elk hunts in 2026. As most of you are aware, we've been conducting the study, and we concluded that study about a year ago, and we had indicated that we would make some decisions about this topic once we got the answers from the UT elk study. And the elk study, it did suggest that we could allow some minimal harvest of the population. So we're considering, or the commission is considering, the director's office is considering potentially introducing a bill as part of our agency package that would identify the criteria how we would have a raffle and auction for potential elk permits. The current potential statutory language would provide for a raffle, which would require the issuance of one resident elk permit by raffle. The raffle would be open to residents $20 per chance, or a maximum of 6 chances for 100. It would be conducted through our Go Outdoors permit hunt portal. They can go online and put in for the elk raffle. And then all the proceeds from the raffle would go to the Commission for Elk Conservation and Management. Yes.
So we're not gonna limit them to 6, to a maximum, so.
Maximum of 6.
Can't buy more than 6.
Can't buy more than 6. Somebody can't go in and buy, $2,000 worth of raffle chances. Well, I mean, my point is that, the common man can probably afford $20 to put in, and they probably can afford $100 for 6 chances. But, you want them to pay, you want somebody to come in and buy $1,000 worth of chances. Well, the odds, it's going to shift the odds. This way, the odds are equal for everybody. You get $20, $40, whatever, you get a chance. That's my thinking and how the raffle would work.
Say if someone really wants it, you buy it for your kids, your parents, I don't think you're preventing anyone with a lot of money buying more by having it limited to 6.
I just want to make
it. That was the logic there. It's like, it's like the raffle at anywhere you go to any fundraiser, it's $20 a ticket or 6 for 100, and there's your shot. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good price tag for an elk hunt. Yes, sir.
You have to be a licensed hunter to buy a raffle ticket?
How does that work? I don't know typically you have to have a WRC number to go into the things, and you can, and our waterfowl stuff requires that you have a hunting license. I think you have to have a hunting license. Is that correct? To go through the permit hunt system. Yeah. Now you don't have to buy your elk license until you wouldn't have to have an elk license until you actually get drawn. Then you can buy it. But you do have to buy a hunting license. Correct.
Brad?
Go ahead, Lisa.
You could set that if you.
Right.
That would be the statute. Otherwise, you have to have a license before you go hunt, obviously, but that's either set by statute, or right now you can apply for any permit hunt except for swan, without having to have a valid license at the time of application or at the time of draw. Swan is the only one set up with mandatory license requirement, and that is by statute.
So if I was to, or not, but if someone was to buy a raffle ticket and win and did not have a hunting license, could they then give that winning ticket to somebody who did and let them hunt it, or what?
No, it's non-transferable. Yep, Now, let me ask this question, since we're right here and we're talking about the statute language. We would have to put that requirement in the statute. Is that a requirement that the commission wants? Is that you have to have a hunting license to apply for the elk raffle?
What would prevent somebody from not trying to sell that off?
It's non-transferable, so we would know who got the permit.
If it was transferable.
No, it's not. It's non-transferable. You get,
I think it's worth discussing that you should have to have a license to be able to apply. And
yeah, that's fine. We have that for the Swans permits, and that was for a specific reason why we did that back in the day. Right, and we can put the same requirement in the statute too. It says if you're applying for the elk raffle, you have to have, you have to have a hunting license, not an elk license, but a hunting license.
Both sides of that. So if your goal is to raise money, do you care if whoever wins it throws it in the trash can and doesn't go shoot an elk? Does that matter to you? I mean, because it ain't like we're gonna guarantee you're gonna kill an elk even if you drew it and you got a hunting license.
I think they're.
Then I could care less if they got a hunting license. If 10,000 people want to buy $100 worth of tickets and don't want to see anything killed, I'll take your money and be happy with it.
I mean, the reason we did it for the Swan permit, if I understand correctly, back in the day, it was to keep non-hunters from buying out the chance.
It's that's costing hunters. This isn't costing a hunter, because if we're raising money, we shouldn't care. If we're not doing it to raise money, then we should care.
So Brad, do we want little Susie to get a $20 ticket and she's 4 years old and I guess she's not transferable, so you have to throw in the trash can. So the other question is, have we been talking about other items to raffle off in the raffle? I know others have put many other items, 4-wheelers and money and all that stuff. Has there been any discussion about putting other items in the raffle besides the elk tag?
No.
Not to my knowledge.
I would ask the board to consider that we stick with the mission, and that this is to offer an opportunity to our constituents, not to raise the money. The money could be a sidebar for that, but our mission is to conserve wildlife resources and provide programs and opportunities to hunters, fishermen, and other wildlife associated outdoor recreation. So this is an opportunity that we're offering. And so if you consider that, if you have a license, that's what.
Is there an elk license?
Oh, yes. There's a resident and non-resident elk license. I think the resident elk license is $500 and the non-resident's $1,000. That's why my recommendation would be we would require them to have a North Carolina hunting license. If they get if they win the lottery, then they go buy their elk license. Yeah, because I think that's a lot to ask.
To address David's earlier question, earlier we had a discussion about 2 permits, one by raffle and one by auction.
That's next slide.
All right, roll
on. So next slide, auction. This will also, the statutory language will also offer for in an auction option. It will require the commission to make available 1 elk permit by auction by a nonprofit entity. The commission selects the nonprofit entity. The nonprofit must have been involved in the reintroduction of elk in North Carolina, and the nonprofit will retain 25% of the auction proceeds. The remainder goes to the commission for elk conservation and management. I went ahead and flipped to this slide because this is a continuation. After the 2026 hunt, the commission would decide all future opportunities based on elk conservation and management goals. The language would mandate that at least 50% of all future permits are available to residents. So whether it's 2 permits, or 20 permits, we'll never get to 20. But, and no more than one permit may be auctioned off per year by a nonprofit of the commission's choosing, and no permits may be auctioned off without at least one permit auction offered for raffle. So that's the so fundamentally, there will be an auction for the 2026 hunt season. Then after that, it will be up to the commission, to the board to decide, do we do another auction? Or if we do, when do we do it? Is it every 3 years? All of that will be at the purview of the board.
Okay, Brad.
So which would happen first, the auction or the raffle?
I think they would go so I don't know which one we would open up the hunt portal. The hunt would be at the same time. I mean, we have a defined elk season. It's the month of October.
I think someone that bought as many raffle tickets as they could for themselves or their children or relatives and didn't win, then they may bid more at the auction.
Correct.
So if you have the raffle first, that's even, and then whoever didn't win there,
they can go, yeah.
You might have a higher participation in the auction that way.
Yeah, and I guess there would have to be some conversation with the entity that the commission selected to hold the auction in the first year, and the timing of that and how they might even do the auction. We haven't really got into those conversations with the nonprofit entity that's going to be involved in conducting the first auction, so we don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Is open the raffle up first, and then but the raffle would be dependent on when our permit hunt system went live. I assume, you know, how that works on the Go Outdoor app and all that. Hadn't really thought that far down into the weeds of timing of which would go first, but that's a good point. Other questions about? There's a couple of other things in the rule or in the statute recommendation. The first would be to go ahead and establish elk as a game animal in statute. Currently, it is established as a non-game animal, which doesn't preclude us from having a hunting season. We have hunting seasons on non-game animals, but this will go ahead and establish elk as a game animal in statute, and it will require hunter orange visible from all sides while hunting elk, which is actually it wasn't included in our hunter orange rules. So, Mr. Chairman, that's really the gist of it for right now. Questions, comments, discussions?
First slide, please.
That one? Okay.
So I just want everybody to have that in context. We're shooting for this for 2026. Most elk banquets and that kind of stuff is typically in the fall. So we need to get this ready for 2025 for them to have their raffle or auction in 2025 for somebody to be prepared to go hunt in 2026. Is that what we're?
And have we set the dates for when the elk season?
October
Yeah.
is elk season, the whole month of October. So how quick do we have to be ready in 2025 to get this on the Go Outdoors? And I mean, how far are we with the Elk Foundation to know when are they going to hold their raffle? Are they going to do it at an event? Or are they going to do it?
We haven't started those conversations in detail with the Elk Foundation, but Kyle can comment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just say that a lot of the 2026 hinges on the legislature, and they'll have to pass this before, and if it drags into October, then the likelihood of 2026 probably goes away, and then it becomes 2027. I don't think we have the date put in statute.
Another question would be if we do decide to do this. I know some of y'all may be familiar with like that magazine, The Hunting Pool, where you can put in different states for different things. And if you get drawn, your name kind of like if you get a speeding ticket, all of a sudden you get like 10, attorneys, that bombard you with whatever. You get drawn in a lot of these states, you'll get guides there will actually then, offer their services so that you've got the tag, but you don't know where to go to hunt whatever animal. Is there, you got to assume that whoever gets these probably is not going to have any idea of where they can or can't go to legally hunt, how do we provide or have someone within the commission that kind of
Well, we're not gonna guide them.
caretaker?
So the concept is, the concept right now is that, we've got the zone sort of divided up already. We've started working on this based on results from the research project and knowing where our elk herds are. Justin's here today too, knowing kind of where the elk herds are, knowing what land's available for the elk herds. So they would, if they won the raffle, they would be assigned a hunt zone. And here's the zone. And then it will be, on them to go find, if there's public land in that zone. We want to make sure that the raffle, whoever wins the raffle, has the zone with the most public land in it. Whoever gets the auction can probably buy trespass rights to go shoot an elk on private property. But so that would be the idea. It would be basically do it yourself, unless there's some folks. I mean, this thing goes and they find out that there's going to be, there's folks over there know where the elk are. So as long as they buy a guide license, they could help them out.
Have we talked to any other, have we talked to the Elk Foundation, number one, and then we talked to any other states that have, mine didn't say talk to?
No, but all these are good questions but until we get the ag bill passed, we're just approving a framework. We have an auction, have a raffle, and all the details are gonna have to be worked out when it's approved. May not even be effective to 2027. It's just the commission needs to come to an agreement about what that framework and legislation that we want to send over to the legislature. I mean, and you're right, all these details have got to be worked out, but the way it is written is it gives the commission the authority to select, obviously, who does it, parameters are there, and how to route it. I think what the other question we need to decide is whether you're gonna be required to have a kind of hunt license to participate in that. That's the only thing that I've seen is not clearly in this.
Correct.
In my committee, I'm gonna make a motion that you have to have a valid North Carolina hunting license to apply for the right.
We'll make sure that's in the statute.
Got a second? Any discussion on that? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's it. Where's that picture at right there with that full left?
Yeah. That's one of the collared bulls and
See, these.
There's a good piece of private property just outside of town up the ridge that dude don't like elk all that much to begin with. And so he probably will let you have access to it, but you probably have to write him a check. No, and to circle back to that the comment, the logistics of this process is fairly straightforward. Getting authority, which the commission doesn't currently have, to allow for an auction of a tag and to allow for a raffle like this. Getting that authority for this is pretty straightforward when we go to legislature. The logistics of how this hunt works and how that's going to work, that doesn't change that much, and we still got a lot of details to work through with that.
Need to make a motion about that it's a non-transferable, or is that just gonna be part of the verbiage?
Well, that's in the statute right now.
We also need to have a discussion about the raffle. Is that open to non-residents?
It's currently listed to residents only. The raffle is residents only. The auction's open to anybody. And there's lots of ways these folks are doing these raffles now. They're doing them at banquets, at events. They're doing online raffles now. So we've not had any communication directly with any nonprofit entity about if you were to get this, the commission selected you to get the auction permit, how would you do it? What would be the logistics? How long? We've not started that conversation because, as the chairman pointed out, first things first is getting the authority to do it.
As you talk about, stuff that's gonna be set in stone, is the price adjustable? Can you, when you lower it, if you want to have more people in, or can you raise the price of the raffle ticket? Or other number set of people, or is that that would be in legislation? And not, so it'd be $20 in
But can we put in there to be at our commission's discretion and to adjust it on an annual basis?
We're assuming we'll do this again.
Well, if we did do it again.
Probably be that. So, I mean, my experience, the legislature probably wouldn't want to give the commission that much. I mean, I assume that since it's a permit, it would go with
with our CPIU, so we could adjust it by CPIU moving forward, but that would be it.
But the idea of the route makes it affordable possible, everybody.
Yeah.
And then if you want to auction off, you pay $100,000 for it. And
I have one recommendation, if this moves through and if we accomplish it, because the proceeds are supposed to be for the benefit of the elk, I think the commission ought to produce annually or on each hunt, a synopsis of here's how much funds we raised and here's what we use them for. I think the public deserves that.
Do you want, do you want that to be let me get this clarification. Do you want that to be a requirement of the statute to the legislature or just the our responsibility to present annually? Got it. I like that better. Whenever we have a hunt, we will produce a summary.
Raised at what we do.
Correct. Okay. Yes, sir. Commissioner.
25%, why would we give them 25% if they're going to the different quarters for nothing?
Traditionally, any nonprofit entity that's been part of the thing, they committed to, you know, some of these entities have been involved with the elk introduction and have committed significant amount of money to that. And so they are, I mean, in general, you know, across the landscape, you know, when you give a nonprofit entity a chance to auction off something, they get a certain percentage of the receipts to go back towards their conservation efforts.
Foundation, I don't know what they mean by when they say there'd be no charge or they don't want any percentage of it. Maybe there's another.
They can turn it down. Yeah. Yeah.
they say we'll do it for free and you keep the whole amount, then we'll do it.
Okay.
This just establishes that we could give them 25% of the revenue in statute.
They can waive that.
It's good, I'm good.
Any other questions on? Good.
Good with help.
Got anything to add about else?
No. If I end up with that tag, will you be my guy?
You can't say on camera, sir.
I got a guy that I'll hook you up with. Don't worry. He's not going to be because he's not retired. The other guy's retired.
I mean, just give us an idea. I mean, how many, you know, have
Come up here to the mic, Justin.
this year? How many? I mean,
Justin. Come up here to the mic.
what kind of mortality have we seen so far? Or been a while since you've been here. I think you drove off.
Thanks for making me stand up in front of everybody. So we're basically on par, just like we were last year. I was just talking with Commissioner Berry. We just finished our minimum count. And although our minimum count total number was a little low, if you look at the amount of calves that we had, the amount of bulls, branch bulls, and the amount of spikes that we had, it was kind of on par for the course. Just because that minimum count was low doesn't mean the population was necessarily crashing or declining. It's just they weren't cooperative and they weren't out there when we were trying to count them. We've had probably 10 mortalities this year, and that's about on par for the rest of the years. So I don't see anything really changing between now and 2025, 2026. It seems like we're pretty stable, increasing a little bit.
Is the bull that charged a couple photographers in the car up there, they still living?
He's still living. Well, that one that was on that other screen, the 016, he had a hammock on his head, and that made TikTok famous. And I watched some cowboy go out there and pull it off of his head and got gored in the arm. But
You told him not to do it.
I told him not to do it, and then that's all it was. You got a question, sir?
Well, I remember hearing a while back that we issued depredation permits for the elk.
So we have the ability to issue depredation permits, but we've only ever issued 2 back when Gordon was in office. That was before some of the rules changed and a homeowner or landowner didn't have the right to shoot and kill a elk underneath the depredation law. Now they have that, so they don't need depredation permits. Most of the time, we're able to get there and kind of alleviate the trouble before that happens anyway.
But is that number of mortality, is that 12 that you said, does that include those as well?
Yes, sir.
Y'all do realize at some point in time, we're gonna kill a elk if everybody in the community team. Nothing fairly cuts in, damage control, but you know, that's kind of like Cecil the Lion kind of deal, so. Be ready for it. You know, y'all see that picture? These elk were used to being right up to somebody's house. Oh, yeah, they were all the tourists right. Put under there. Good deal. Thank you, Justin.
And I'll add one more thing. Dr. Evans is not in here. I don't see. Oh, yeah, she is right there. We are continuing to do our DNA extractions and she's working diligently to try to, and I'm gonna see if I say this right, to try to get our amplification better than it's currently been. All right. So we're working hard on that. That's the mark recapture. That's the DNA study to keep our, use the model that Tennessee built for us. So we're doing that, but we're trying to improve it every chance we get. That's all we got about elk. Now we'll talk about something less controversial, chronic wasting disease. I'm gonna bring Chris up here to talk a little bit about that. To tee this up just a little bit, we just wanted to mention a few. You know, we're finishing up, you know, our final years of surveillance in the first zone. And getting, you know, this is the second year in surveillance in the second zone. But in order to move into a, you know, management phase or whatever we want to call chronic wasting disease, we're going to have to start considering rule changes now that will go into effect for the 2026 deer hunting seasons. So Chris is just going to tee up a few things. We're not going to go down in the weeds today. We'll probably get in the weeds in February just a little bit as we actually bring some good rules, but we just wanted you guys to know a little bit about where our brains were with management of a deer herd that has chronic wasting disease and learn what we've learned from other states and those kind of things.
All right. Thanks, Brad. Yeah, we can leave an elk up there. I don't have any pretty pictures this afternoon. And as Brad said, we just wanted to put some things on the commission's radar that, you know, staff is wrestling with, talking about. We have a large number of really good deer biologists across the state. All of our district biologists do deer work, as does Brad and a lot of other folks. And they've done it for many, many years with a herd that was not infected with CWD, but that's different now. So trying to think through that has been a struggle, I would say. And we just kind of want to put some stuff on your radar as a reminder of where we're going, as those conversations within our staff have been happening. Just want to mention that sort of the top goals there in terms of hunter retention and recruitment is to keep hunting traditions alive, keep harvest at the levels that they are now, if that's possible, and keep hunter satisfaction high. Those are really important goals. In terms of CWD disease management, you know, the goal was a little bit different. So mitigating the spread and increase of CWD across the state, that's inevitably going to happen, but trying to slow that down, minimize that, that's the goal. And so that brings you down to where the rubber meets the road with what does that mean for deer herd management? Because that's where we're getting to with, you know, what Brad's kind of mentioned for regulation proposals. And before we jump into that, you know, in terms of deer herd management, what staff is sort of talking about in terms of goals are to keep, number one, keep hunting as the primary management tool. That's really, really important. Number two is to be thinking about maximum sustained yield and the density of the population, being aware of that and where we are kind of in that population density trend, and to consider the dynamics of the herd in relation to disease management. So when I say dynamics of the herd, things like buck to doe ratio, things like the age structure of the buck population, age structure of the doe population level, those type of things are very important. That's what staff is kind of wrestling with. And to come back to the timeline that Brad kind of tossed out there a little bit. So today is just very high level. This is what the biologists are talking about. In February, we'll come back with some more specific and fairly well thought out ideas, but there'll still be ideas that those would then be crafted into specific proposals that would be brought to the commission in April. So this is not the last stop on the process, obviously, today, and there's several more refinements. So with that said, you know, the things that staff are talking about right now, I think you could best categorize those as we're not looking for drastic changes in deer hunting regulations or deer hunting proposals. Rather, I would say we're looking for changes that we could make that we feel would be beneficial for CWD management, but that would also be palatable or acceptable to our deer hunters, because we want to keep hunting as a primary tool. We want to keep hunting satisfaction high. So that means looking at things like potentially new hunting opportunities. That might be late season hunting opportunities, you know, seasons that ran into January potentially in some places. It could also mean earlier hunting opportunities. One idea that's been floated out there is the idea of having a velvet season in August. That would be new ground for North Carolina, but that's an idea that staff is talking about, the pros and cons of it. One thing the staff is really wrestling with is sort of our movement of cervid parts around the state. Right now, we have some very specific restrictions on what hunters are allowed to transport from surveillance areas to non-surveillance areas. And we're really thinking about, is that getting us where we need to be, or is there potentially an opportunity to switch to something that's more focused less on transportation and more focused on mandating the proper disposal of deer parts? There's examples in other states where they're making that switch. They're kind of looking at some of the transportation stuff that is quite onerous for our hunters. Quite frankly, they're difficult. They're hard to relay to the public. It's getting really hard to put it in the regulations digest just because they get kind of complicated. And maybe we need to make a switch to mandate how deer are disposed of versus where they go. So that's something that we're thinking about.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Something that we have the ability to do by statute.
That's one of the pieces that we're wrestling with, and I'm not sure where that might end up. Yes, I actually mentioned that in passing to Tamara yesterday, that would be a question we need to examine to make sure that the commission has the authority to do that. And I would, this is kind of getting over in the discussion stuff, and Brad might want to weigh in, you know, in addition to whatever rule is on the books, I think if we were to make that change to mandating disposal, that really puts the onus on us as biologists and with Fairley and her staff to actually really convince people why proper disposal is the best thing to do. I guess I'm an eternal optimist, and I think if we can convince people that's the right thing to do, they're more likely to do it.
I like that. I'm a realist, and we tend to believe that people know that it's illegal to do this or whatever. We're really off track with how many people know what's right and wrong.
Yep.
Most of these guys are taking these animals to a processor or taxidermist. I think this would be easier than we're giving it credit for on the proper disposal side. I'd really like to see us head down that path to make it hunter, you know. I mean, I'm running into it right now, and I've already had to make phone calls. I'll talk crap about this. I mean, when a hunter shows up at a processor and the deer in that processor says, I mean, I can't, you know, if he turns it away, odds are that deer is going to end up in the side ditch or the back 40 or wherever. I'd rather that deer stay at that processor or that taxidermer, knowing it's going to be properly disposed of.
I agree with you 100%. There are downsides. The rules we have in place do some very, very good things, but there are some downsides to it. And as we try to figure out, well, is disposal having a disposal mandated rule the best thing? I suspect we'll probably have some things that would be very, very good about taking that approach, but there will be some downsides to that approach as well. So don't be surprised when we come back, Brad comes back with a little bit more fleshed out idea of what that means in February. But that one's on the list. Were you standing up to say something? I got a couple.
Well, I was just going to say we're going to Seattle meeting next week, and one of the things on the agenda for all of Southeastern Wildlife Chiefs is this carcass transportation disposal. Texas is doing something different. Virginia's got different ideas. Tennessee's doing stuff. So this isn't evolving. I'm gonna hopefully gain some information and stuff from what's going on elsewhere to bring back again as well.
Mr. Chairman, the other things I kind of wanted to mention, just to put on your radar for folks in the room, and I know we've got some sportsmen and women listening in online, just so the word will be out there to them as well. But, you know, the other things that staff are looking at would be additional opportunities that we might have for youth hunting or other select groups that could tweak in there that could help with CWD management. We're potentially thinking about when seasons open, so particularly when gun season opens. You know, for a number of years, we've tried to align those to kind of go the QDM route to push them, generally speaking, push them a little bit later to maximize some benefits to the deer herd. We're sort of in a scenario now where opening those seasons earlier might be helpful for CWD management, basically by the realization that CWD is more prevalent in the buck population and it moves to new areas in large part with deer dispersing to other areas. So having seasons that open earlier could help curtail some of that spread. But overall, kind of what we're looking for, staff is looking for a way to put some not drastic changes, but meaningful changes in place that we could look to for, and I'm just going to kind of toss this out. You know, we'd want to put them into place for 3 to 5 years, give ourselves a chance to see, is that working? Kind of coming back to the surveys and monitoring side of things, is that working? Does that help us get in the right direction before we would make a bunch of changes on an annual basis?
And surveyor hunters.
And thank you. Right. So we'd put those modest, I might say modest changes into place now, but at the same time, we would really double down with our social science team that Carrie leads and really do some in-depth human dimension, hunter dimension studies. You know, what do they see as improvements, or what things would they be willing to come along with to help for CWD management? I know that's not very specific info, but that's kind of what I've got. Yes, sir.
Is there any data yet that hunters are choosing not to hunt in the surveillance areas? They're moving outside, so we'll actually have lower hunting mortality where we should have more.
Some evidence of that, and we've seen in our surveillance areas what most other states have seen when they've gone CWD positive, which is the first year that you have it, it's kind of drastic. People are sort of up in arms and the hunting numbers fall off that first year, but they generally come back in succeeding years, and that's largely what we're seeing.
So that's a great question, and it kind of circles back to the disposal, carcass disposal versus transportation. We've seen in the surveillance counties around the things, this harvest has decreased and has significantly increased in the counties beside it. So, you know, again, the hunters are calling in reporting, you know, what we theorize is, you know, I don't think the harvest increased 50% in a county that's been very flat for 10 years. So, so there's, that ties into the carcass, as Commissioner Hull was talking about, and, you know, where are you going with the deer and that kind of thing. So there's a lot of nuances going on out there. But Chris is right. I mean, we saw what we expected to see the first year, and I think it's coming back up this year.
Good deal.
When was the last CWD positive bid we had?
So
go ahead. You got the numbers?
Yeah. So just a little bit of an update on our surveillance. And I kind of skipped this because Brad started us off a little bit, but where we've come with CWD, and I'll land on the last positive that we had. You know, we had our first index case. We received notice of that in March of 2022. We implemented a whole bunch of rules, tens of thousands of samples over the last couple of seasons. We've got 5 counties that are designated as primary surveillance areas where we know the disease occurs. 13 counties that are bordering those that are secondary surveillance areas where it might occur. And then if you're an optimist, look at the good side of that, it means we've got 82 counties that are unaffected by CWD. This year, surveillance since July 1st of this year, we've collected 10,516 samples. We've received test results back on 4,146 of those. One of those was positive. It came from Yadkin County. It's a hunter harvested deer in Yadkin County, about 2 or 3 miles from where the first one was. So no surprise that that deer was there. Most of those 10,000 samples were collected within the last month, and it takes roughly a month to get the test results back. So we update that information on the webpage about every week or 2 weeks. I'll say 2 weeks. So anybody, the public that's listening in or in the commissioners, you can go on there and get a county by county update of how many results we've had and how many positives we've had. That's very good news. You know, we have done, that's the other thing that we did. You know, our staff and the commission and really the legislature in terms of providing additional funding, we did just in the last 3 years, a tremendous amount of surveillance work. And we have a very good picture in the Northwest surveillance area of what CWD looks like, where it is and how common it is. It's not very common, but it is fairly widespread. We have, I would say, in the southeastern surveillance area there around Cumberland County, our picture's not quite as clear. I think it will be very clear after this season. We still have a little bit of understanding of what to do down there, but it's been a little bit hard because we've been so far down into the dredges of just the hard work of doing surveillance for a couple of years that now we're kind of coming up and realizing that this is not about surveillance and response plan forever. The chapter is to transition into long-term management. And so that's what we're trying to do right now. Yeah.
Are you knowledgeable? I know you're knowledgeable. Are you aware of now what CWD statistics look like in the neighboring states?
Yes, we're pretty familiar with what's going on in neighboring states. Of course, Virginia has, you know, several areas that
The latest, like last year, what they're seeing.
Yes, I'm pretty familiar with it. Mm-hmm.
And give a brief summary like
They're, you know, in large part, they're learning some of the same things we are. They're detecting it in Virginia. They've detected it in the southwestern part of the state in just kind of north of our surveillance area. They're finding out that it's maybe a little more widespread there than they would have hoped for. They're finding out that some of their rules are more effective than others. They found out that there's no good way to increase hunter harvest necessarily. Folks are limited by their freezer. You know, they like what they do already, and that's a very, very good thing. But they're looking for new and novel ways, as we are, to better deal with CWD. The picture in Tennessee is quite a bit different. They're continuing to learn that CWD is spread throughout most of Western Tennessee and a whole bunch of counties. They had a lot of really complicated regulations. I don't want to give it a negative slant. They had very specific regulations, as do we, for a number of years, and those were just hard to relay to the public. They were hard to get enforcement. And this current year, they went to a much more simplified set of deer regulations and CWD regulations across the state. And I think that's going to pay dividends for them in terms of simplifying management and focusing on what's effective.
Has South Carolina started doing CWD?
They are doing more than they used to in the past. I can't tell you exactly how many samples they've done. They're working through taxidermists as a way to look for it. And that, you know, we've tried a variety of methods here. We work through meat processors. We work through taxidermists. We work through voluntary submissions that hunters bring us. And what we're finding out time and time again is the real money place to invest your time and effort in is with that taxidermist program, because what's coming to taxidermists mostly is older bucks. And especially when the disease is young in an area, prevalence is low, that's where it's going to show up first, is in older deer and especially in older bucks. So that's the place to, if you want to find it early, that's the best place to look.
Chris,
Yes, sir.
Little side note, this may be for y'all or enforcement. So the 192-inch deer that's killed in Lincoln County, that's got everybody stirred up there. I mean, do we check on that? Do we verify that deer was actually, you know, born and raised there? And because he doesn't look like a North Carolina.
There's no regulation in place that says the agency has to do that. We certainly, and I don't know the specifics of that deer at all. So everything I'm saying is very generalized, but we do investigate individual deer when our enforcement folks think there's a issue.
I mean, I've had 100 people send me a picture of this, but it was posted on Buckmaster.
So Captain Talent, they've looked into it, but haven't had any indications that there was anything. So I mean, it's just amazing how many people see this
on Buckmaster lot. Carolina Sportsman hadn't had it. This is when a lot of the big deer are. And so, I mean, I've had, because that's my adjacent county, and I've had a ton of conspiracy theories, you know, he raised it and it finally got so big, he shot it and all kind of things.
My understanding was it was observed on a number of different trail cameras of different people. So it was a known entity. Where it came from, I mean, we just got good deer management. We growing bigger bucks. I mean,
Deer that was killed in Northbrook was not, 20, 30 miles from this deer that was.
that one's now. I think Clint, our DB, I think he said though that deer was like 160, 165. It's not a big deer. So that makes those antlers proportionally look way bigger than they actually are, but they are pretty big. I mean, there's a picture of a woman holding it. But I think it's just a freakish deer. As far as we can tell, he's a big one. That's kind of where we wanted to leave CWD for this, just to get you guys sort of prepped up to some of the things we're wrestling with, and going to come back and talk some specifics and some details with you at our February meeting.
One quick question. Time on the CWD sampling getting back. That got running. I mean,
Right now, it's running so far this season, from the time the hunter harvests the deer to the time they get test results back, it has averaged 32 days. In the last couple of weeks, we've submitted a bunch of samples to the lab. I expect that number will creep up a little bit. We generally tell folks to expect 4 to 6 weeks.
That's what I've been saying.
Yes.
You good with that? Can you give us an update on the black bear NC State study or whatnot down east, or?
I'm going to talk out your pocket. Since you're hearing everything.
Since you're talking.
I mean,
You can't talk about bear harvest a bit too if you want.
Like, I'll talk more about the bear harvest. NC State, they did the second year of that bear population and density estimate. Fieldwork finished, got wrapped up mid-August. I actually have a meeting with them next week. And that's when I'll find out, how many hares they collected this past summer, timelines. But, I know summer of 2023, they collected almost 10,000 bear hairs. So not a surprise, it was the northern half of the Coastal Bear Management Unit, especially with Dare, Hyde, Terrell, Washington, Beaufort, some of those other counties where we tend to know there's higher densities. That's not a surprise. So right now, no, I don't have an update, at least on how much they collected, but I know the timeline is hopefully we'll have something hopefully by next summer. I think absolutely by next December, they'll have those density and population estimates, but they're optimistic they'll probably be able to get us to us sooner. But overall, very successful from talking with them, just like they experienced in the northern half of the Coastal Bear Management Unit. And the southern half had a great cooperation with private landowners. They said, and it kind of helped. Some of those landowners in the southern half had heard about the study going on in the north. And so they were kind of hoping and then very receptive when NC State and Mississippi State approached them for access. But other than that, I don't have updates. February, I will. Yeah, like I said, we have a meeting next week to hear how everything went this past summer.
How's looking right now?
So harvest, yeah, have those numbers. In the Mountain Bear Management Unit, we had a lot of people asking, how did the hurricane potentially affect the bear harvest? Well, in the impacted counties, we're talking Buncombe, Mitchell, Yancey, Rutherford, probably forgetting Avery. Those are the ones that come to mind right away. We are seeing a decline in the bear harvest, at least compared to this same point in time last year. Harvest has declined. Not a surprise. Most of Pisgah is closed. So as well as, of course, our bear hunters were impacted by the storm as well. Though what we started to see by pretty much late October, a lot of our bear hunters that were in the impacted area, even so they couldn't access areas they usually could access, they shifted and went to the far western counties and went to Nantahala National Forest, which wasn't really impacted by the storm. that's actually where we're seeing an increase in the bear harvest. So overall, in the Mountain Bear Management Unit, harvest is up 18% compared to this time last year. And that's pretty impressive because our acorn crop was actually better this year than last year. So usually when the acorn crop's better, we see a dip. Not this year. We're seeing an increase in most of the other counties that weren't impacted by the storm. So the mountains is up 18%. Piedmont's up 22%. We've had 88 bears harvested in the Piedmont. Coastal Bear Management Unit, it varies. If you look at overall, coastal bear harvest is up 3%. But then when you look at it at the zone level, you know, we have 5 zones in the Coastal Bear Management Unit. Some of those zones are down, such as Zone 1, which is Dare, Hyde, Terrell County. It's down just a little bit, 3%. But then if you look at Zone 4 and 5, that's kind of the far western portion of the Coastal Bear Management Unit, as well as the southeast portion. Harvest is up in the coast. So overall up. So overall, all the bear management units are experiencing an increase in harvest. I totally expect another record year of the bear harvest. You know, 2022 was a record year. We hit over 4,000 bears for the first time. 2023, another record year. I anticipate we'll have yet a third record year in a row. Yeah. Anything else?
Mortality from the storm. I've heard from some AT&T workers and whatnot that they had seen multiple black bears, you know, dead and whatnot. And I was really surprised by that. Have y'all heard any of that?
No, Justin and I, as well as, you know, Clint Barden, our District 8 wildlife biologist, Ashley Hobbs, our special projects biologist that works, you know, right in the heart of the impacted area of Buncombe County. None of us heard those reports. I mean,
Really active right now, Buncombe County, like they've. So
Yeah.
they're still there.
They can go places people can't right now.
yeah. I will say, you know, when that storm hit, we had just released some of our rehabilitated bear cubs back in the mountains with tracking collars. I think some we had released early September, some others we had released late September, probably about a week before the storm hit, I believe. And we looked at the GPS data that was provided by those collars, and the bears did what we expected all bears to do with a storm event like that. They hunkered down, or that was climbing a tree and staying up a tree for a few days or finding other shelter. They basically just hunkered down, waited out the storm, and then boom, they were active again. So none of our rehabilitated bear cubs, but you know, they're fresh on the ground. Zero mortality. They did just fine. So bears are pretty resilient, especially compared to some of the other species that were definitely impacted by the storm.
I got any other questions? You got anything else to add?
I just, Colleen, made me think about this. Well, not only will we have some more information about the bear study when we come back in February, but we'll introduce you to our new bear biologists and new fur bear biologists, because we've got both of them hired. They'll be starting in January. That's all I have. I'll let you fix this later.
I call to order the meeting of committee of Hope 2024. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting. At this time, recognize Margot Minkler for roll call and members present. Margot.
Do a roll call for our committee of whole members. Chairman Monty Crump.
Here.
Vice Chairman Mark Craig.
Here.
David Hoyle.
Here.
John Coley.
Here.
Wes Seegers.
Here.
Tommy Bobble. Tom Berry.
Here.
Brad Standback.
Here.
Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Greg Clifton.
Here.
Kelly Davis. Here. Steve Wyndham. Landon Zimmer. John Stone.
Here.
Hayden Rogers. John Alexander.
Here.
J.C. Cole.
Here.
Tom Hazlett.
Here.
Mike Alford. Joe Budd.
Here.
Reed Smith.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have.
Thank you, Margot. And at this time, I'd like to recognize Director Ingram, who is prepared to do some introductions to our make various presentations of Hurricane Helene agency impacts.
Director and
Are there slides for the hurricane?
on the desktop.
Okay.
PowerPoint.
Oh, there it is.
And I've asked the staff to give us a presentation today. We've talked a lot about this. I've talked with a lot of the board members since 9/27 when Hurricane Helene hit the state of North Carolina, and we've heard it a lot today on the impacts that it made in Western North Carolina and even through sections of the Piedmont. But I wanted to start off by saying to the board, thank you for all of your support through communications with us and resources that you have in Western North Carolina for our staff. After the hurricane hit, I took off up there about a week afterwards, and me and the executive leadership were up there on the ground, and we got to share some time with those staff that had been impacted, and it was very impactful for me. We shared hugs and tears and laughter, but those folks up there in Western North Carolina are another example of this agency and the family atmosphere. And I just wanted to set the stage here as you see this short presentation by different divisions to let you know that the people that live there and the people that don't live there with this organization that went into this region to save lives, as we do it we've been doing for many years in these disaster relief efforts. But it's so much more than that I got to witness myself with our land managers and our biologists and our educators who, if they lived there, they were impacted there personally and professionally. But the ones that didn't, that went into these zones and helped with these employees. And, these employees were working on fisheries guys and land managers were, everything that they work on every day was devastated in many areas. And they were out there working, and at the same time, their homes, some of them had been destroyed. So I asked the staff to take this time to come up here and give us an update and highlight some of the things that we've done. But we do have other plans to also, share with the public about our efforts. I've spoke with several of the commissioners about, our communications tools and outlets that we have. So we will be planning the March and April issue of Wildlife in North Carolina. And people that are listening online, we do plan to have a cover story on the agency and the efforts in Western North Carolina. And, we'll know more. We know more every day about the impacts that it made to our wildlife resources and the impacts that it made to the recreational opportunities that we provide. But we are working with our partners in conservation in those impacted areas to for the public to gain access back. So anyway, we're going to have 4 staff members. I think Law Enforcement Division is going to start it out. And again, this is just a brief summary of where we've been and where we are today. So I think we start with Chad Arnold.
Good afternoon, Commission. Chad Arnold, Major Law Enforcement Division. Just to start out, our Swiftwater Rescue Team was deployed by North Carolina Emergency Management as a Type 2 team on September 26th. They originally deployed to Greensboro. Emergency Management wanted them stationed there, apparently to see where the storm was going to track. So from Greensboro the following morning, they were immediately deployed to Buncombe County. On the way there, the storm was in the really the thick of it as they were traveling down 40. Road signs were falling over trees on the highway. As soon as they got into McDowell, they really couldn't go any further. The Black Mountain had collapsed with the landslide. And as soon as they got in a clearing and got stopped, the tree had fell on top of an emergency worker. So they immediately went to work, cut the tree off, were able to provide assistance. There in McDowell, since they couldn't go any further, they just went to Highway 70 until they couldn't drive any further. So they parked their trucks and trailers and went to work right there in McDowell. We had a statewide response of all law enforcement. It wasn't just Swiftwater. So we're going to discuss all 9 districts that were deployed the following day. So this is in Marion when they first got there. Again, just parked their trucks on the side of the road. They suited up. They started doing rescues immediately when they got in the water. This is just a very brief, there's thousands of pictures, just kind of highlighting this. This is actually right there on 70 in Marion. This video, they'd turned their motor off and they'd heard a knocking. And as soon as they stopped, they saw this. So they made multiple rescues there on 70, swimming into people's houses, actually rescuing them out. Another really neat event is the Department of Insurance, the Office of State Fire Marshal, were actually some of their trainers through all of their past 2 years worth of training. And so they met up with them that evening and hiked 8 miles in to a landslide and affected this recovery. So they were able to remove that patient and hike him back out 8 miles. This is just an example of some of our uniform response. Again, this was folks just not being able to be provided with their necessary needs, such as oxygen, food. Our officers were able to make those deliveries, were able to do welfare checks. This is just another example in Buncombe County of just the damage. This is again doing welfare checks, searching for any victims that might be trapped. So there were 30 separate missions assigned from EOC to our uniformed staff with a total of 112 deployed uniformed officers. Multiple staff assisted on multiple missions, with many missions lasting up to several weeks. And these included different places that were holding victims that were just kind of more or less shelters set up here and there. So we provided security in many different places. Our Swiftwater Rescue Team consisted of 18 members working in shifts. They performed over 1,000 saves and welfare checks during that time. We deployed 4x4 vehicles for each staff member, 15 UTVs, 10 ATVs, 8 drones, and 17 small boats. So the counties that we were deployed to were Allegheny, Ashe, Avery, Buncombe, Catawba, Cleveland, Haywood, Henderson, Jackson, Madison, McDowell, Mecklenburg, Mitchell, Rutherford, Yancey, and Watauga. While I was up there, it was unbelievable to see the impact that the Wildlife Commission had made upon this area. Folks were stopping and thanking everyone for what we had done. Wildlife was on everybody's mouth. They were always talking about what the enforcement staff had done for them, and it was just it was great to see. This is a picture in Rims Creek. They had located this flag after one of their missions. So this was just an example of a massive team effort exemplified by the true spirit of coming together in tough times. All divisions, including the law enforcement division, made a huge impact, reminding us of the power of community support. Despite the challenges, the relentless efforts continue, bringing hope and relief to devastated areas, proving that we stand together when it counts the most. And that was so true, watching all these divisions come together to provide support for the community. I've never been more proud to be a game warden in my life than I were then. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to give you a quick synopsis of some of the things that we've seen from an aquatic or fisheries perspective. Of course, couldn't go without talking about Armstrong briefly. Y'all have heard a lot of details, so I won't go into a lot of it. I will say that the picture on the right there, the bigger picture, that is looking up towards the upper raceways, the upper end of the hatchery. If you look real careful, you can see some pipes and things that have been displaced. But what looks like the creek right there, the nice creek that you might even want to fish, that, a week earlier was an asphalt road that was used to access the upper end. At the end, as was mentioned in a previous committee meeting, we lost about 600,000 trout. And the restoration of the property is estimated at 1.6 million. And hopefully within about a year, we can be back up and operating. I would like to, Corey Oakley talked about a little bit in the fisheries committee, but we did have staff on site. They worked through the night, actually starting on that Wednesday night, working through the night to try to maintain the raceways, maintain water in the raceways. Ultimately, once the landslide started happening and other things happening, the infrastructure in some cases started to give way. Then they kind of turned into survival mode, rescuing the neighbor. And then it was not until Saturday afternoon that they actually were airlifted out. And we still have 3 staff that are displaced because their houses are on this property. So staff have been out almost since day one, assessing habitats and looking at access points and doing some bit of sampling. This is an example, Cane Creek. It's a hatchery supported trout waters in Buncombe County. As you can see, there was major damage to the site, erosion, a lot of debris. In fact, that white item you see there in the field is someone's trailer that washed downstream. But the big thing on this one is if you look at the picture on your left, that is the road that would parallel the stream. That's where we would stock from. That's where anglers would access the creek from. And what has happened is a new channel has been now cut through that agricultural field closer to that house in the background. And because of that, now it's going to be difficult to stock. It's going to be difficult to access for angling. And it even brings in issues of potential trespassing, because now instead of having a stream that parallels something that can be publicly accessed, you actually have to cross another individual's property. So this is an example of a site that may or may not ever be able to come back into the program as a public mountain trout water site. Similar, this is the Swannanoa River Veterans Park. And there you can see that's another hatchery supported site. In that bigger picture there on the left in the tree, you can probably make out the green diamond that is our hatchery supported diamond. The structure that's there on its side is actually a walk bridge that the water dislodged, washed out. So there's a lot of work that has to be done to provide access back into this area, not only for anglers, but for us to be able to stock. But this was also a site from the Blue Ridge Snorkel Trail. And obviously it's not safe for individuals to get back in the water. At this point, we'll see come spring how much has recovered by then. But one amazing thing, and the reason I wanted to bring this up, is that the actual sign for the Blue Ridge Snorkel Trail, which was inundated, is still standing. So the bridge was displaced, but our actual sign is still standing. Brook floater, which is a state endangered species. It's a mussel that is found on or in the substrate. This is on Wilson Creek, and you can see here the top picture is the creek before the storm, the riparian area like we talked about, riffle pool. Maybe there is some sedimentation there, but you definitely see rock substrate. After the storm, you can see that it's the riparian zone has been significantly changed. A lot of sedimentation, a lot of fill in, yet to be determined, what the impact of brook floater is, but the assumption with that much sediment in on top of that site that it may not be good. Kings Bridge, many of you may remember Kings Bridge. That's a site that we purchased. It's a 40-acre wetland that was restored. Restoration was just completed last spring, summer. And good news is it fared exactly as we anticipated it would. During the storm, there was estimated 10 to 12 feet of water on top of the entire wetland. But it stayed intact. It did as it should. The sediment was deposited in that wetland, which is in the floodplain, which again is the way it should happen, instead of being deposited in the river. So we see Kings Bridge as a success story. And Kings Bridge is just one example. Mud Creek, there are other, the Muskie sloughs, if you will, that all performed very well despite being inundated with water. And then finally, at like the end, talking about our staff's efforts a little more, really quick, we immediately were out looking at access points. As we mentioned in the Fisheries Committee, we had a number of calls asking when we were going to stock trout. So we looked for sites that were safe to stock, that would be safe for anglers to get in, would be areas where anglers could get in without interfering with ongoing rescue activities. We did postpone those stockings 1 month and picked them up in November. We've stocking in December, and we've had several sites come online that were unavailable in November, but because of efforts of local communities and DOT, access was improved enough that we were able to reestablish those stockings in December. We also stocked lake sturgeon down in the French Broad River on October 17th. So again, a few weeks out from the storm, conditions were good enough, at least in the main river there, to put in lake sturgeon. And we, staff have actually done a bit of sampling on the French Broad and Cane River in particular, using electrofishing as well as seine nets, which is shown there in the bottom right-hand picture. You can see the Cane River. That's the two pictures on the right there. Significantly impacted, but even though they were significantly impacted, we're still seeing fish. We're seeing the number of species similar to what was maybe beforehand, at least related to fish. They have observed some mussels. So again, Mother Nature's pretty resilient. So we're hopeful. And then I'll just end with the fact that staff are out on the French Broad, and that was a large muskie that they sampled up. So even some of the bigger fish survived as well. And with that, I'll hand it off to, I guess, Brad.
Thanks, Christian. I'm going to jump into, I tried to credit the photos, and this is important for me. I tried to credit the photos where I could in this presentation, because mostly my staff has not been able to get to where these pictures have been taken yet. This is an aerial photo before Helene of Rome Mountain. And if you can see this area, I don't know if you can see this area right through here. That's a mature spruce fir forest on top of the mountain, which is relatively small. That's a post satellite photo, and I think you can probably ascertain what all these areas are. that's what it looks like. This is a fairly critical habitat and you know, well above 4,000 feet elevation in our mountain system. And this is one we've been working hard with Park Service and National Forest and others in trying to maintain and restore. You can see the damage that, you know, from wind shear damage to tornadic damage. You can see in some of the other pictures, you know, this is a habitat type for, you know, Carolina northern flying squirrels, red squirrels, those and lots of other listed species that are in that particular ecosystem. One of the things of biggest concern up there is this is not at all a fire adapted ecosystem. If you know anything about evergreen forest, they're damp underneath. It's not a fire system. You can see the amount of woody debris that is exposed and is on the ground up there. So we don't know ultimate impacts of what might happen up there if we get fire way up high like that, what that will do. You can see here clearly there was tornadoes that came through, which is common with these hurricanes. You can see the trees snapped off. So we are concerned about that debris and what that means at those high elevation forests. The young forest, which we've been working hard to try to establish young forest for a number of years up there, they fared well. So that's a good sign. We know that they're okay up there. This is a picture from the Blue Ridge Parkway near milepost 375. The interesting thing about this shot is this is right in the heart of our only cerulean warbler habitat in North Carolina. It's a high elevation nesting species. It's neotropical migrant. It nests here. And this is like right on, that's the Parkway. This is like right on one of our survey routes. And, you know, it's a bit unclear how the species might respond to this. It will tolerate some level of forest disturbance. It may depend on what the patch size, how big the disturbance is for this. You see another example of what happened. Quite frankly, one of our bigger concerns, or maybe not bigger concerns, is what's going to happen here as the forest regenerates, because we're going to probably, this is a parkway here, but you know, they're probably going to significantly fight invasive plant species up here. Keeping those invasive exotic plant species out of there and hopefully get our native forest to regenerate the way they can. Switching gears just a little bit, talk a little bit about assessing our gray bat roost. They're also one of our listed species, federally listed species. They roost under the bridges, and we know at least 3 of the largest bridge roost sites we know, at least 2 of those were completely inundated underwater. And you know, you can see the impact of the amount of the water that was coming down through there. This is where those bats would have roosted up here. You see the debris up underneath. You know, we're holding out hope that the bats left and got out of there. We won't really know the impact of this until we go out there next spring and see and sample check the roost and count the bats to see what kind of impact that it may have had on this particular roosting colony of bats. And I'm just picking a few things out here that we had. Impacts on bog habitat, the water coming over the bogs, you know, really could change the dynamics, the hydrology of the bogs. You can see the debris left in the bogs here. That's debris. You can see some channeling and some different things that have gone on through there. This is the bog turtle. I mean, that's about actual size almost of a bog turtle. So hopefully they were down in the mud where they are this time of year. We don't, you know, some of these areas were covered in water. You know, 10 feet or more of water. I mean, typically the turtles are under the mud anyway this time of year, but we don't know how long they could stand with 10 feet of water on them. This is an example of completely changing the dynamics of the bog for right now. You see the severe channeling and all. This water is not supposed to be here like this in a channel. It's supposed to look like this. Also, you see the rubble. That's rubble piles on top of the bog, on top of the turtles potentially. So, we're assessing all of our bogs. We'll know more as things dry up and we can get out there and start searching for turtles. You asked earlier about hellbenders and some of the other salamanders. I didn't really touch on them right now because the truth is we don't really know. We've had some bad stories of some bad situations with hellbenders. We won't know until we can really get out there and survey the creeks and start looking for them. I keep reminding everybody that as Christian pointed out about the streams, wildlife is resilient. And so hopefully we keep our fingers crossed that there will definitely be impacts on our hellbender populations. And we may be considering other actions in the future, from augmentation to different things, but we'll see what happens when we get up there. I was going to say a couple other things about this particular side, but James sent me some information last night from over in the mountain region for our operation folks that I also wanted to touch on. In the aftermath of everything, as Justin pointed out earlier, the bears are still there, and the bears have become, doing what bears do over there. There's debris, there's trash everywhere, there's easy access into buildings. Our staff in District 8 and District 9 we bought cases of bear spray. We've been giving that out to residents who have concerns about, bears that are at least getting to the line, or if not crossing it. We've given out trash lock straps, retrofit for trash cans to try to keep trash stable. We provided unwelcome mats, which are electric mats that we put around the door frames and doors and windows to try to keep the bears from going into places. We've trapped and removed at least one bear that has broken into a home up there. And then, of course, we're providing technical guidance and fencing and electric fencing and some other things. We have written one active depredation permit, which was in between the bear season segments. Bears were getting into the donation distribution site and tearing up the stored food goods. And I think you said that they like grape soda. Yeah, so getting into the grape soda. So we have issued actually a depredation permit for that area. And hopefully maybe when bear season comes back in, the bear hunters get up there and can get up there and take care of some more business if they need to. Only thing what I was going to finally say about this is one of the mudslides, and there's a lot of things you could talk about in this particular thing, but I think there may be a bat hibernaculum up in here somewhere that's probably covered right now in 2 to 3 feet or more of mud. So the bats are probably down in the cave right now in the wintertime, but we got to get that open so they can get out. But from the wildlife perspectives, there's going to be winners and losers on this. I mean, this is, if you remember Chris's picture earlier of the landscape at Caswell after the clear cut, well, that's a pretty good clear cut right there now. So what comes back and what habitat comes back there might be really good grouse habitat in a year or two. Might be good deer habitat, but it's certainly going to other mature interior forest species are not going to benefit from that. So we'll have to watch, and of course we'll fight invasive exotic plants in here, and how we manage these openings in the future will be an interesting challenge for the Forest Service and our lands managers. And I'll turn it over to Darren.
Thanks, Brad. So I'll just go over briefly some of the things that we've encountered with the Land and Water Access Division. So obviously, most of our game lands had some level of impact, but it ranged depending on where it was, in the mountain region. So some of our hardest hit game lands are these listed here: Pisgah, the state-owned portion of the Pisgah National Forest as a whole was very heavily impacted. But our state-owned portion of Pisgah, the Green River, South Mountains, Cold Mountain, Johns River, and Pond Mountain, they were all fell in the category of what we consider had major damage. And so the damage that we experienced on our infrastructure on game lands, at least, sort of fell in a couple of categories. And we all saw, as you saw in previous slides, a lot of trees down. So there was always a lot of trees down, but we also had a lot of issues with washouts and slides, debris, and sand and cobble was something that we weren't quite expecting. But a lot of our damage impacted access. So in this slide here, you look on, these are public accesses to our game land. So these are state maintained roads that were washed out. On the right is the road going to Green River game lands that was washed out. And then on the left, that's the Three Top Mountain. So part of the challenge that we face is even getting to our game lands, because the roads won't let us access those places. And then even on our game lands with internal roads, this used to be a road and a culvert that was on Three Top, and the water just took it all away. So no culvert. I don't know where the culvert is. It could be down in the sound by now, but it's long gone. And so we, even on those internal roads, we're seeing slides and things like that that are reducing access to the public and reducing access for us as far as a management standpoint. So looking at more of that, in this case, this was a slide that occurred on Cold Mountain Game Land that took away part of the road that they're trying to repair and shore up that road so that we can still have vehicles going down those roads. Another example, this was on South Mountains where the road just fell away and we're having to come in and rebuild. A lot of those cases, you're going to have to rebuild up from the ground, rebuild up that wall and restore those roads. So it's taking a lot of work. In this case, it's our construction crew and our game land staff are working on putting this road back together. And then debris. I don't know how many of you have been up there and seen the debris, but there's debris everywhere. And that's what we're seeing on a lot of our game lands. This is Green River, where we're seeing multiple debris sites occurring not only along the edge of the river, but even on our open areas where we may have had fields that we're planting or dove fields. We're seeing these huge debris fields. And it's not just wood, as you can see on this right here. Right there, that's one of those Connex. That's a transfer trailer Connex box. It's in the middle of that debris field, and they're full of all kinds of stuff, propane tanks, all types of things that are in those debris fields. So it's going to be a challenge cleaning up a lot of that. Here's another example, also at Green River in there, when you can see a propane tank, that gray tank in the middle, freezers. And there's some efforts already happening to try and clean up those materials, but it's very difficult because you have to sift through it all. You have to sift through all the metal and if there's anything that could be a contaminant, and then what the actual debris is. It's also, the concerns are with all these debris fields, how do they impact future management? You know, when we're talking about controlled burns or prescribed fire, and you have these huge fields of just debris, of wood debris, how does that impact our ability to do that management type? Another interesting aspect of debris is the sand. So this is a wildlife opening up at Green River where there is now an additional 3 to 4 feet of sand on our field. So it was not something we kind of would expect to see with that, but there's just huge sand deposits that are occurring everywhere, and gravel and cobble. Here's a look at, I won't go too much into our boat launches because Gary's going to cover that, but just more debris that we're seeing on some of our boat and access areas. This is Whitaker boat and access area on the right, and the Lena Davis boat and access area on the left, and just what we've seen on some of those sites. Here's another example of the debris. This is Fish Top public fishing area. That's 16 inches of sand on top of our gravel parking lot. So we're gonna have to probably contract, get folks come in to just pull out all that sand. And the other problem that we're experiencing is like you'll see in this last slide is, what do you do with it? So this is a Black Bear boat and access area where this just floated up to our dock, and our staff was not sure what to do with it. So just tied it off to the dock, and it's just floating out there because there's no real place to take this material. There's, a lot of landfills and things like that are still coming back online. And so we have this debris that's out there that we don't know what to do with it. And I think that's going to be some of the challenges moving forward for us, is addressing how we can get this material off of our sites and infrastructure so the public can get back out there. I will say on a positive note that the majority of our structures were unfazed or not damaged by the storm, like our depot structures and our equipment. We didn't lose any equipment, any trucks or any equipment like that, or any staff. So that's a positive, and we are getting those game lands back open. We've sent chainsaw crews up from Coast and Piedmont to assist our mountain staff, and we're opening back up those primary access roads on our side, not necessarily the public roads, but our access roads that the public are using to get back on those game lands. It'll take us a lot longer to get those internal roads, but we're definitely opening up the accesses coming back online for us pretty quick. With that, I'll turn it over to Gary.
All right, so Darren just kind of mentioned some of our infrastructure depots, that type of thing. So all in all, like he said, things turned out pretty good. This is one of a few pictures we had from our Boston Depot, just showing a lot of the washing and scour and everything in the parking areas. Luckily, plenty of heavy equipment. They were able to get this type of stuff fixed in just a matter of a few days. Go watch my pop-ups. This particular site is the Azalea Park Public Fishing Access Area. It's actually managed by the city of Asheville, but it's on a pond adjacent to the Swananoa River. So of course, everybody's, seen a lot of the pictures, the extensive damage there. So this was a fairly large floating fishing pier that was pretty much picked up out of the pond and dislocated. A lot of these type of things are just trying to evaluate as we can get staff to watch them. This particular site, actually in the front of this picture, actually used to be a small boating access area, popular boating access area on the Nolichucky River. Nolichucky was one of those that was pretty heavily impacted. The work that is going on there, you can see, is actually the railroad trestle was washed out just upstream of there. This is one of the very few where we lost pretty much all of the infrastructure for the boating access area. Out of the 47 boating access areas and I think 117 public fishing access areas we have in the mountain region, most everything made it through pretty well, besides some of these docks we've missed. But this one was completely lost with the concrete structure that was the ramp. Now, Christian mentioned Cane River, and Darren even mentioned next, being able to get to sites and see them very well. So the aerial photography, I guess NC, is it NOAA? They've got really good before and after pictures now from satellite imagery that we can go through and look at these sites. So Christian mentioned Cane River. You can see the fishing pier right there in the middle of the site before Helen, and then after, it's just completely gone. As he mentioned, the whole river relocated, tons of sediment. That was a fixed pier that is completely gone. In fact, that little marker, I think, in the middle of the blue spot is where that used to be. So a lot of the satellite imagery has been pretty key in helping us identify a lot of this stuff that we can't get to necessarily to evaluate. Our Craven Street Bridge boating access area, this is actually right in Asheville in the River Arts District on the French Broad. This is just across the river from the New Belgium Brewery. This is a fairly new access we had built. As I mentioned, you can see that the concrete structure, the ramp, everything's there, but just a ton of debris that Darren mentioned pretty much covered that up. The abutment connection for the floating dock did fail on this one. But the concrete structure, everything else, the rest of the infrastructure is still there. And as he mentioned as well, just a ton of sediment on top of the existing gravel. This dock did end up just downriver and is wrapped up around the bridge. But like I say, of all of the infrastructure that we have out there, all in all, things fared pretty good. Our concrete ramps are built very tough. They don't typically have many issues with those besides a few scouring. Some of these ramps, we build in weak points knowing that during flooding and all, something could break loose or bend. One more thing to hit on is this is on the Big Hungry River. We may have discussed this dam a few times in the past. This is the Upper Big Hungry Dam. Pre-Helen is located in Henderson County, Green River Game Lands. This is a dam that we spent quite a bit of money and time evaluating what to do with. You can see there's a lot of sediment buildup behind it. It presented passage issues, that type of thing. So we modified it just a couple of years ago to allow for more debris to go over, allow a little more water flow. But then post-storm, it pretty much sheared that off, reached around that right-hand side of the structure. So right now we've got McGill, who actually did the original work on this for us and is doing Setzer and Armstrong, evaluating and assessing what we can do with this, if complete removal is possible. You can see there's still quite a bit of sediment built up behind there. There have been some studies already. In fact, there's YouTube videos out there now. You can go look at geologists and people evaluating the riverine systems. And so, they pretty much said because this wasn't holding back water due to the amount of sediment, the dam failure, had no impact downstream from there. So yeah, just in summary, lots of debris, lots of damage, still lots of stuff we're out evaluating. And then the next steps are coming up with plans, putting together estimates. The different divisions are working with FEMA. We're pulling together numbers for the state to figure out how we can get things to fund these and get everything built back as needed. And I think that's it.
Yeah, the big 100. Remember us talking about that a couple of years ago. That was the dam that the physical removal of the sedimentation was going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yes, it was an issue of 300,000 cubic yards of sediment, I believe, at the time, and no place to put it in that mountain region. So that took care of part of the problem.
I was getting ready to say,
But there, there's still some, ideally, as an agency and all the partner agencies would like to see a full removal, but we'll see if that's
it may be
more feasible now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I mean, whatever. And
Mr. Chairman, when you guys rebuild using FEMA funds, like the culverts are bigger than previously?
So FEMA, there are different levels of FEMA funding and different project approvals. They will fund to go back in as is, but then there's what they call mitigation funding, where if you can prove or have a design to show a bigger culvert or a different bridge design or a different dam design, will actually ideally prevent that from happening again, then you're eligible for more funding than what the original cost of the project was.
Yeah, the most recent FEMA meeting that we attended with them, have a resiliency clause to the FEMA funding that allows you to put, I think, one size up without any question, but when you go with two sizes up, if they have some additional funding, they look at long-term resiliency. So building it back a little bigger will make it more resilient for future events that are willing to do that, provide funds.
How much of this will we be able to do ourselves versus having to get outside contractors?
It depends. Like a dam project like that would definitely be contracted. A lot of that debris that Darren was showing will probably have to be contracted. We've already got contractors working on Armstrong, but then you saw the pictures of the slides and all. We've had our construction crews in, LAWA crews out repairing a lot of that stuff that's where we can. A lot of the sediment removal and that type of stuff can be done mostly in-house, getting minor road repairs, but when it starts getting too big and taken away from the other, responsibilities of the agency mission and needs, we'd probably contract that out.
the issue commission needs to be aware of when we go to do this there, and Rhodes Pond is a good example. We had millions of dollars out of the exposure to redo some of these rebuilds, and FEMA either backed off or took an extremely long time to do reimbursement. The cash flow issue. We had to get General Assembly to help us out on the one at Rhodes Pond. And I know all state agencies, DOT, but y'all already have the same similar discussion now about getting stretched out on reimbursement cash. So we're going to probably see that or something as we get further down the road too.
We've seen that get exponentially more complicated.
Yes.
As an aside story, I heard about this lady who was in Morganton and she was being rescued from the second story of her house. And as the rescue boat came up, she says, "Now y'all be careful with the drapes, please. They're custom." And I heard about another lady who was being carried out. She said, "I had been carried like this at my wedding night."
Okay, are there any questions for any of our staff? Have an excellent presentation. Again, Cam touched on it. Our heartfelt appreciation to our staff that worked so hard, even as Cam pointed out, were personally impacted out of their homes, all the circumstances we went through. Your real team effort, real family effort, and they trooped it through, and there'll be a better day. And we certainly, appreciate, all of their efforts. The fact that they continue on behalf of the commission, we're great. Thank you. Okay. Moving forward to the fun part. Gary. Recognize you for all this rulemaking.
Only 4 things today, not too bad. All right, so 4 rulemaking items today, 2 permanent adoptions, and then we have 2 notice of text. So the first rulemaking item I have is the readoption of 3 periodic review rules, 1 in subchapter 10G for licenses and 2 in 10J pertaining to wildlife conservation areas. These are exhibits L1 and L2 for the agenda package. Amendments proposed to these rules generally update language and citations to conform with current rulemaking requirements. We did have 1 public hearing for these rules and a few public comments were received, which you were sent for review. I will say that for all of the comments that you all received this time, very few actually had to do with the rule amendments. And that is what it is, but just note that a lot of the comments we received weren't for these. So Rule 10G 0501 licensee requirements was amended to update language and rule formatting. We received 3 total comments for that. 10J 0103 hunting on wildlife conservation areas, same formatting requirements. We received 4 responses for that one. And then finally 10J 0104 fishing on wildlife conservation areas. This one, there is a more recent amendment to, I'll just note that we have made a minor change. We inadvertently struck through trot lines, jug hooks, and set hooks, assuming that they were special fishing devices, but they are not currently included in the special device rule. So we reinserted those so they are excluded from use on wildlife conservation areas. So that concludes the readoption of the 3 periodic review rules. Staff will be recommending readoption of the amendments at tomorrow's meeting. Are there any questions on those ones?
Any questions? Okay.
All right, next is Need More Game Land. These are exhibits M1 and M2 of the agenda package. This proposal was part of last year's annual cycle changes to align the deer seasons on the game lands in the West. This is currently a temporary rule, and this permanent change mirrors what's currently in place this hunting season on Need More. 1 public hearing was held in August for the permanent rule amendment, and we received 30 public comments, which were distributed for your review. Staff will be recommending adoption of the amendments to this rules at tomorrow's meeting. Are there any questions on Need More?
Question. Okay.
All right, next we'll move on to notice of text. So the first proposal we have is Exhibit N in the agenda package. It applies to 3 rules: white-tailed deer, mountain trout, and general regulations for game lands. The amendment to these rules will standardize the age of youth to individuals under the age of 16, just like we did for the wild turkey rule. Additionally, while we have the deer rule open, we are proposing 2 youth deer days instead of 1 to align with waterfowl and turkey. And that proposed change is based on feedback we received last annual cycle. So at tomorrow's business meeting, we'll be recommending noticing these 3 rules and opening the public comment period and holding a hearing. Are there any questions on these 3?
The youth hunter definition, they'll come back to us in February.
For adoption. Mm-hmm. Yep, you'll be voting to notice them tomorrow. All right, so the last thing I have is temporary rulemaking notice of text. This is for Rule 10F 0307. It's Exhibit O in your agenda package. This proposal will codify vessel livery safety requirements and rule and clarify standards for livery companies on Lake Norman. This proposal is in response to recent information that staff received on safety concerns and enforcement challenges with vessel liveries on Lake Norman. Lake Norman's a bit unique. They do have the Lake Norman Marine Commission, who has the ability to establish regulations concerning public recreation and water safety, but enforcement of those regulations without a joint resolution by the 4 enforcement entities that patrol the lake And the lack of regulations in the North Carolina Administrative Code have made it difficult to enforce regulations on these companies at the lake. So the proposed requirements that would go in this rule include conducting and documenting the following activities with vessel renters prior to relinquishing control of a vessel that's being rented. Pre-rental vessel inspections to ensure safety equipment is on board and accessible, providing and reviewing safe operating instructions and navigational rules, and providing a navigational map and the US ATON's pamphlet to the renters. So at tomorrow's business meeting, we'll be recommending noticing these amendments. Are there any questions on this one?
Question. Thank you, Terry.
All right, that's it.
Go ahead.
You ready, Mr. Chairman? Okay, so today is, I'm just gonna briefly go over the proposed meetings for 2025. These meetings, again, as a reminder, will be held on Thursdays. You can see the meetings there. Tomorrow, we will be bringing these up at the business meeting, and staff will recommend for approval for these. As a reminder to some of the new commissioners, statutorily, we're required to have 2 meetings a year, and these are the 6 that we've run by the chairman and vice chairman, and we propose for adoption tomorrow.
Suggest changes? No. Say
But
that.
addition for 2025,
Where's that? Okay.
you're saying, but I know I heard
No
instruction
objections.
earlier. But at this point, and what I answered to you today, that I found out since you answered these questions, we set these based on our rulemaking during the year, about when they, the period of time to post text, get them out, rulemaking, and get them back to vote on them. This is to meet the new legislative schedule.
Very good.
The changes they make in rulemaking. But this is, we changed them once, twice in the last couple of years. This is a response to that. So we're pretty much tied to it at least.
Very good. Thank you.
So is there a motion that we adopt these, so moved? Is there a second? Discussion? Getting on all those in favor, signify by saying aye, adopting the 2025 meeting schedule. Say aye. Opposed? Schedule's adopted. Thank you. This time I'm gonna call on Commissioner Seegers and Davis. Before I turn the floor over to them, I will preface with a couple comments. You know, we get ready to talk about Redwoods and Redwoods management, cane management on the Albemarle Peninsula. Been an ongoing issue. There were issues and they brought it back up with some court rulings and things like that over the last couple of years. And I've had to say that Commissioner Seegers, Kelly Davis, I asked them to act on behalf of the commission to attend multiple meetings. It's been going on for over a year and a half now, almost 2 years. And they get made, I mean, they've got hours and hours into this, meeting with groups, days. I mean, it's, they have the time and effort they put into where they've gotten to today. May not sit well with everybody, but it's, you know, I think that what they come back with, reasonable, logical, where the circumstances are. There's a whole lot you can get in the weeds here, go for hours on, but fortunate we have 2 commissioners that have already done that on my behalf. And so at this point, I know they've got an abbreviated version of all this, and I'm gonna turn it over to them. And cause I remember when we started this, I had some conversation with some conservation groups that had an interest in this. I said, well, if you've got Wes Seegers of all commissioners willing to discuss this and come to the table with a resolution, you better take advantage of it. And so that's where we're at today. So again, thank you for y'all's time and effort, and our staff is heavily involved in a lot of this stuff too. And so I want to thank them, and I'll recognize Commissioner Seegers.
Okay, well, thank you for those kind words. I'm not really sure they're deserved, but I appreciate that. But, yeah, I mean, to say this has been long and arduous is, massive understatement, but you know, and it's hard for us, some of us have been involved in this for a long time, to realize that these wolves were first brought to North Carolina and released, and this started 37 years ago, 1987. That's how long this has been going on. So, I mean, it is, this ain't like anything snuck up on us. But over that time, you know, there was just a huge amount of information, like Mike said, that we could go into that really served no purpose. Now, with all deference to that, if anybody has any questions, because I know a lot of you are not as adept to it, Kelly and I are going to briefly just take the next 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. There's no need to go into all this unless somebody has a specific question, and we'll answer it at the end. And like I said, Brad's been involved in, I mean, just the entire staff at some point over the length of all of this, just about everybody's been involved in. And I'll single out a few of as we go through this. But Kelly's going to kind of get us started and give us some of the time frame, and then I'm going to take over and wind us up. And then actually we're going to wind up with a resolution here at the end that I think all of you were sent. Margo sent something out for everybody to read and look over that you had an opportunity to read that. Basically, and we'll talk about it, but basically that resolution is going to rescind everything that's gone up to this point. And we're just going forward with the sterilization of coyotes that meets a formula that we worked out in Durham through over a couple of years, quite frankly. But anyway, let's get Kelly kind of get us started.
This is going to be a brief history. Red wolves were reintroduced onto the AP Peninsula in 1987. Albemarle Peninsula is Beaufort, Hyde, Dare, Washington, and Terrell counties. The numbers peaked somewhere around 120 in 2012. After that, the numbers went down a little bit, I think to single digits for a while, and now we're back up to 16. And 16 colored wolves, they have GPS colors on them, so their whereabouts are tracked and known. In 2015, the Wildlife Resources Commission passed 2 resolutions, requested the service remove all red wolves from private lands, that the service declare the species extinct in the wild, and that the service terminate the program. Within 5 years of our resolutions, a federal court blocked the taking of red wolves. The National Academies of Science analyzed red wolves and declared them as a unique species. And a federal court ordered the service to recommence reintroductions or draw up a plan to recommence reintroductions on the AP. Wes is going to handle the history since 2021, but I think a lot of these actions that I just mentioned, they kind of sound a little bit messy, but the result is that the commission is now kind of in a refreshed position to collaborate with Fish and Wildlife Service and our partners so that we can fulfill our mission of managing canids, not just in the other 95 counties in North Carolina, but 5 counties out in the AP too. So Wes, you can take it from 2021.
And as a result of those federal cases, the service decided to put together a group of what they called experts. It was between 50, 55 people from literally all over the country. And we met for a little over 2 years, mostly on Zoom calls. And I want to recognize some of the staff too. Sarah, who I know is here, there she is. And Colleen was involved in this, as well as Andrea, who is not here. Andrea Shippen was involved in this as well on a regular basis. And so it gave us not only, and let me explain what Kelly and I were on it. We served 2 purposes. One, we represented the commission, and then 2, both of us are landowners in those 5 county areas, and we represented not only the commission, but we represented the entire population of those 5 counties as the only 2 landowners that were on there. So we had a pretty heavy responsibility, not only to the commission, but to the communities that we represented as well. So that was part of what, the way we were looking at it. And quite frankly, a little aside, sometimes it was tough for me to go to Martell's down there at, Hyde County at lunch, because somebody would say, aren't you West Seeger? And I said, well, let me pull up the chair. I need to talk to you about wolves there for a minute. But sometimes we got an earful, it was good. Sometimes we got an earful, it was bad. But in any case, that was part of what our responsibility. But back to this group, we spent basically 2 years led by what was Phil's last name? Phil somebody. But anyway, he was, and the majority of these people are all PhDs that, quite frankly, I was not particularly impressed with. But they were biologists, genetic individuals. They were people that were breeding experts from a number of different zoos all over the country. There were tribal and state people that were involved in this as well. And the main thing that our and wolf advocate groups were part of that group as well. So it was a very diverse group that approached this thing. And in the end, the leader came up as well as our staff that I previously mentioned. As a result of all that, we came together in Durham for a 3 or 4 day face-to-face conference. And Phil presented it, and we hashed out in different groups a methodology and a formula by which going forward to try to satisfy the demands that the courts and the NGO groups through the court system required the Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as the commission working with them to satisfy the court order. So that's kind of where we came from. And in part of that, so our role from the canyon management is how, because the coyotes that are on the landscape are our responsibility, not the Fish and Wildlife Service, but our responsibility. And in this resolution that we're talking about, that we will vote on and adopt tomorrow, basically says, and if we need it to be read tomorrow, we'll read it into the record. But basically what it says, we're rescinding all of our previous resolutions and adopting one resolution that says that we will allow coyotes to be sterilized through this formula, a formula that says once we establish the number of coyotes on that 5-county area, on the AP area, the formula that came out of that all of this meeting was, if in fact we have 2,000 coyotes on the, and I understand is that current number that we're working towards.
Yes, 2,000.
And is that hard now? I mean, I'm still.
We've been working with Phil on that number. The range they're saying is 1,000 to 3,000. So yes, we're right.
We don't have enough. But in any case, once a hard number is established, that formula basically says if in fact, let's pick the 2,000 up, we are going to need to sterilize to guarantee about an 85 to 90% success with the breeding rate. Just try to do 2 things. One, to stop the hybridization of the red wolves, and number 2, if the sterile coyotes are placeholders out there that will not allow additional coyotes on the landscape to breed and continue to expand. Yeah, and I'm picking a number because I don't remember the exact formula, but if there's 2,000, we're going to allow the service through their efforts, not ours, to take out 286. There's some finite number like that, 286 coyotes a year. How they're going to accomplish that and everything is to be determined. That I'm not aware that we've ever come up with, or they've come up with that as well. We've made suggestions. We've talked about all of that and how that's going to work. But basically, all this resolution does is allow the service to be able to catch the coyotes, sterilize, as well as dispatch a certain number too. It's a 2-pronged thing. They want a certain amount that can be killed, and then a certain amount that can be, that will be sterilized and placed back on the landscape. Now, that is controversial with a lot of people in that 5-county area. One of the things that in that 5-county area, as a result of some of the court decisions, there's no night hunting allowed for coyotes in that area. That is a very big bone of contention with everybody out there, because they've certainly knocked the deer population down, which is part of some of the revenue that some people lease their farms and stuff. So they've still got to figure out how to try to resolve some of that. And part of our cooperation in this helps us as we've been meeting with some of the NGOs that have initiated that the moratorium on night hunting. We're trying to get that resolved, and where they will go back and allow night hunting if in fact all the wolves are going to have orange collars on them, and all the sterile coyotes will have white reflective collars on them. But the idea is that kill anything you want, anytime you want, just do not kill a collared animal. That's the whole idea. So, and if anybody's got a better idea, we'll be glad to hear it. But there's literally hours they have hashed on that. Is it chemical sterilization or surgical? No, they want to go surgical, not chemical.
If this man, does a sterile coyote have the same sex drive that a non-sterile does, or do we know?
I don't have any idea.
They did present us with some information from a study that showed that even, that they did, or they would maintain a pair bond, and that's important.
So now, Wes, I'm guessing again, this goes back to the coyote. Is this the same thing in 12 where you really can't identify what that wolf is versus that coyote because they're so closely?
That's the whole idea.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, that's what I thought. All right, so that's why we're gonna do it with a collar, so that's the only way you can pretty much tell the difference, right?
And so, and there again, we don't need to get off on all these tangents, but so, there's a litter that's in the wild. The onus is on the Fish and Wildlife Service to catch them and collar.
Okay.
Because if you wind up killing something that's not collared, I don't care what it is. That it becomes very touchy about what acceptable, what's not, that kind of stuff. But this is the kind of stuff we hashed out over an extended period of time.
Good question, Wes. How old are these coyotes? Did they come a million years ago, 25 years ago? When is the origination of?
Some of our folks, and I'm one of them, I've not seen anything. There's no empirical evidence that I've seen that says they were ever. And that's just one of the things that we have to accept. Now, they've got maps that show where they're all up in Pennsylvania and everything in almost every state east of the Mississippi. At the time when this started, it was non-essential experimental breeding. That was the title, and how this was kind of couched as the process they were going to go through. Since all this started back in '87, they have discovered in eastern Texas or western Louisiana, down in that kind of Delta area, that there is a group of wild, genetically what they are calling red wolves, and that's like Kelly mentioned earlier. That's the reason the American Academy of Science actually identified this as a unique species. But they have not, to this day, I've not seen anything as a unique species in North Carolina. But but that's just one of those things. We can like it, not like it. If the court says we'll do it, so we're gonna do it. That's pretty much the way it is. There's a whole lot of supposition in all of this. And Colleen, if you or Sarah would like to comment on any of that, certainly welcome to do it.
It has been a good reset. There's a lot more conversations being had in the service and the commission, which, I started with the commission in 2007, and pretty much the commission and the fish monsters did not really talk about red wolves. But the last few years, while it's it's taken up a lot of time. We don't always come to the same agreement on things, but the good thing is we can have conversations. And we continue to have conversations, and I do think there's a lot more transparency now than there ever has been.
Yeah, I second that. And we have monthly meetings with Fish and Wildlife Service program. And we can, like Colleen said, disagree, but we come to agreement that maybe we really got to a good point and work together.
Kelly and I equally have a monthly meeting with the office staff and the program leaders. We actually had one meeting with the Assistant Secretary of the Interior about all this. So I mean, it's pretty high level on what they're doing. But in any case, we've kind of given y'all where we've been back and forth, and the chairman said that there is just a huge amount of time and effort been put into this, but it's a big deal, and especially for those people living in those 5 counties. So that we certainly, I wouldn't say look forward to being on this thing, but I can tell you, we have the North Carolina group, including our folks and Kelly and I, we've held them pretty accountable. They've kind of been aggravated with me on more than one occasion. We ask them questions that are very uncomfortable for them to answer, or they can't answer.
We've been given many seats every table, and it's a great opportunity for us as an agency.
Yeah.
And this has been
Have we sampled the water?
work through the hard stuff. See, I just also wanted to give Kyle a chance. He's been involved in
Yeah,
this.
Kyle, absolutely.
Summarize anything.
So I think y'all done a great job. I mean, essentially what this resolution does is kind of put where in reality we are as an agency, and we're responsible for coyote management on the AP. Our mission is about conserving wildlife resources. That includes red wolves as long as they're on the AP. And so I think it is the right call to go ahead and replace the old resolutions with the reality on the ground, and it enables staff to, as you read in there, to develop an MOU with the service on how we do that, and it helps us be involved in that in a meaningful way instead of kind of from the outside. We're actually working inside and collaboratively with the service on it for as long as that program exists.
Len, got a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just bring back all of the beginning again. The federal government spent some tens or hundreds of millions so far.
Somewhere around the $35 to $40 million expense. So,
and the point is to bring back natural species that was here previously, which is the red wolf, to try to get it to
be self-sustaining.
Self-sustaining is it because it will help the all the other have ancillary benefits for other environment, like I know out west that work with gray wolves, but here's a little different. But I just want to reintroduce the species to keep this one species around this.
It is recovered.
Just for one species, it's not because I know out west they chases elk and bison and they do a lot of different stuff.
And I think to use an old analogy, if you've got red wolves and the population's recovered, probably keep out most of the coyotes, and so you end up with fewer predators on the landscape. Granted, they're a little larger, but they'll have larger home ranges and fewer teeth. If that makes sense.
And that is the thing.
Got just a couple of questions, and I think it's a really good resolution. Did y'all? I'm sure you did talk much about the habitat on the AP and suitability of that going forward. As I know that's been seen as one of the major reasons over the years why this program was not successful was because of the lack of good habitat.
Yeah, and there's a real controversy there. They initially, and I was on our farm when they got ready to release them back in '87. They came to us and told us what they would do, what they would do with their prey animals, all that kind of stuff. None of that turned out to be true at all, and that's where a lot of this hard feelings and really animosity towards the service was. And they had people out there initially trying to sell the program. They way oversold it. They really, and they kind of quasi acknowledged that those people misrepresented. But they were trying to sell the program and get people allowed to be on their farm. You know, they were thinking they were going to be in the woods. You know, the cover down there, and understory is so thick that they go where the prey animals are, which is in all the fields. They're eating the mice, the field rats, and it did help some with the nest predators like possums, foxes. There are not a lot of foxes down there anymore. Coons, they got most of them, but you know, the service when they stopped putting them out, their early successes, I believe, there were no coyotes on the landscape, or very few, certainly not anywhere near like when they were there. When they kind of suspended putting these animals out there, coyote population had an opportunity to really come in a big way. And that's the reason they're having such a tough time now over the last 10 or 15 years. They just can't get established. I mean, they've been hung at about 12 to 15 to 18 to 20, and then have a couple of litters. Most recently, they've lost 13 out of 2 litters in literally less than 30 days. I mean, it just wiped out a whole year's worth of population in a week. So they're having a really tough time getting reintroduced. You know, the question is if we go through all of this formula, they're a little nervous about the fact that they go through this and they go through 10 or 12 years, even though we pressed them to do this. They said, if at the end of 10 years, there's no success, we suspend the program. Well, they're not willing to do that. But we pressed them. That was one of our suggestions and they rejected. But I think if you look at the funding, especially what the long-term proposal was $300 to $350 million over the next 50 years, that becomes absurd. And especially if you have no record of success. If this formula, if they can't meet this formula, and quite frankly, I'm skeptical that if in fact that number is 2,000, they got to do something. They've got to sterilize 200 and some animals. I don't see how they're going to do it.
Is that a prerequisite before they start?
As part of that formula,
before they release any more?
No, they're trying to release them now, and basically the most success they're having is buck fostering, which basically says, you know, they're putting new pups in there with existing adults. But you know, if they're out hunting, that's what happened to these other 2 litters. Some came in there and killed the whole litter at one time. At least that's supposition, but that's the only thing that makes any sense. But in any case, you know, we talk about this forever. We talk about it tonight, but I think we've represented where we've got to, and what the justification for this resolution is that we'll do tomorrow. And it's certainly our hope that everybody, that we'll get a unanimous on this to show our support to the Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as the NGOs and everybody else that the commission is on board and trying to get this resolved. And the other part I really like about it, it puts the ball clearly in the Fish and Wildlife Services. They can't complain about us it being an impediment because something doesn't work or the success of the program. It's all in their court. If it doesn't work and there's no long-term success, they can't turn around and come back to us. I hope everybody will have a unanimous vote tomorrow.
Final question. If they don't meet their objectives, what are the consequences?
That's what we pressed them on, and they will not answer that question. Any other questions? Summary? Okay, Frank.
I just say many of you know I've been an advocate for red wolf restoration for a long time, and I think this is definitely a step in the right direction. Onus on restoring red wolves rests with the Fish and Wildlife Service, not us. But this puts us on the right side of that issue. As Wes said, they can't blame us for its failure. There are a lot of things they could do differently or better or in other places. Albemarle Peninsula has turned out not to be best habitat for red wolves. There are undoubtedly other places in the southeast that they could try to duplicate what they tried to do here. And I would hope eventually they would do that. But at least, like Wes said, it puts us on the right side of this issue. And then it's up to Fish and Wildlife Service to do what needs to be done to actually increase the population of this most endangered mammal in North America.
Any other comments or questions? In summary, again, thank you, Wes, Kelly, our entire staff. So I've been recognized, those that have and those that haven't, which is pretty clear. That was a good summary there too. But the first resolution, the resolution we had created a lot of ill will. You know, it's been out there for a long time. It has kind of impeded our ability to fully manage canyons on the AP. The coyotes, they obviously got out of control. By adopting this resolution tomorrow unanimously, like you requested, it does show good faith, a goodwill to move forward, clean the slate out, and also gives us something opportunity for a long time, manage canyons more better on that. And that is a huge win just to do the rest. And we wouldn't be here today if it worked what they did, because I got numerous phone calls from Wes, Kelly along the way, and after a very, very rough and bumpy start, it came together, and it wouldn't have without several years and amazing hard work. So again, thank you all. Nothing else there about that. We're prepared to do the resolution tomorrow. Let's take, before we get into closed session, sure how long we're gonna be in there with two issues. Let's take a 5-minute break, reconvene and go into closed session. Okay, buddy. At this time, I'll call the committee of the whole back into order. And at this time, I will accept a motion and a second to consider a motion to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318, Side 11A3, consult with agency counsel to preserve attorney-client privilege on ongoing litigation and pursue, or the easier way to say that, legal matter. And North Carolina General Statute for First Name, which is A6. Okay, this time we're going to close session. I need microphones off.
Not yet.
Okay, let me look around the room and make sure everybody's qualified to put it in. We good?
against that other wall. I mean,
So I've got a motion by David Holt and a second by Mark Craig to go back in the open session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, meeting adjourned.